Good evening, everyone. Our December 3rd, 2020, December work session is now in session. We will start our meeting with a moment of silence. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is agenda review and approval.
Madam Chair and Board, I'd like to recommend we add two items. I'd like to add an item just before number 5, a superintendent's update. So maybe let's call that 4B. And I'd like to add an item. One moment. An item 13B, the PACES program contract.
Take a motion to approve an amended agenda if the board so sees.
Move approval of the amended agenda.
It's been moved by Ms. Rogers, seconded by Ms. Valladares. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is the Board of Education session meeting minutes from November 3rd, 2022.
Move approval of the minutes.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Rogers. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, use the same sign. Also passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda will be a superintendent's update. This is our only meeting scheduled for December, so we did want to make sure the superintendent has a time to address the community. Dr. Mavinga.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board and community, and everyone in attendance tonight. Tonight, I just have one item that's I would like to bring your attention to. The item is about Growing Together initiative. I'm super excited about this work. We started this work over a year ago. Since last summer, my staff been engaging community virtually and in person as well. We've done really good work of listening to our community, and we're getting really close to coming up with rules and how we're going to proceed with this plan. Tonight, I just want to give you some quick updates, timeline where we are so that our families will be well prepared as we are pretty much gearing up for the application process, which is going to start in January. With that, the person that's running those slides, please, first slide, please. Next. So, next, please. This is the work pretty much we've been able to do since summer. We're able to engage all kind of stakeholders. There were town halls, there were Zoom meetings, there were in-person meetings. Every person that's wanted to come and have opportunity for their voices to be heard, they were invited and they attended the sessions as well. Moving forward, as you can see, we have a timeline here. Go to the timeline, that's fine. This is where we are. We're able to partner with RTI. They have a great reputation of doing this kind of work. They were able to assemble all the data, qualitative data of all different kind of conversation that we've been having with our families. They're gonna bring the data on December 12th to my cabinet. We're gonna be the first one to see the data, what's those conversation feedback that we've been able to receive from our families. I'll say this, it's been really emotional, a conversation that we've been having with families. Everyone will like pretty much, if they're really satisfied with their conditions, they would like to keep it. But there are also some folks that are also looking for more access. That's the intention of this work that we're doing. Then on December 14th, we're gonna have a rural development work group. They'll be able to listen to what RTI we're able to assemble and be able to start coming up with definite rules of what is going to be before we bring it to the board. Then on December 19th through December 21st, we're gonna start finalizing those rules. Then on January 12th, we'll bring it to the board. As you all can see that the January 9th to February 6th, that's the time we're going to start opening this application lottery process so that our families will be able to make their decision. Board, we're gonna bring this to you on the 12th. I think that's going to be the first time you're gonna listen to this. We are going to try to call for a special call meeting on the 19th. That's a conversation that we're gonna have so that you can have 2 opportunities to be able not only to listen and then get feedback from the community. Then on the 19th, you're going to be able to react to it. Again, the 19th is going to be a call, special meetings. It's going to be up to you if you all are going to agree on that particular date. The time is of essence. We really want our families to be well informed as they're going to start filling up those applications. Next, please. For secondary programs, pretty much we've taken a lot of time just to have the foundation with elementary, but secondary is going to be a little bit quicker. Next slide, please. Here's the timeline. We're going to start identifying secondary programs in fall 2022, all the way to February 2023. And then we're going to have those program placement and boundaries in March and April 2023. Secondary schools rules, pretty much what we're going through with elementary, that's going to be April and May 2023. We hope by June all the way to November, we are going to finalize the whole process and be able to communicate all the changes that we're going to have for this particular initiative that took us a really long time. Again, for those that are hearing this for the first time, it's been over 30 years. We have not done this work. It's not easy work. There are going to be some pains, but I'll say this to our families. We are increasing access to what our families been asking. Give us a little bit of time. By next month, you're all going to know the rules. It's my student, so it's my child is going to be given the opportunity to be grandfathering in that particular schools. Those are the conversations that we're having this point. We're going to finalize all this. When we come to the board in January 12th, our board is going to hear this for the first time. Then we're going to have another meeting where they're going to react after hearing your feedback. So hopefully we're going to be in a good place so that all our students and our families, they will be able to choose to be with DPS because we are going to increase those access. Madam Chair, that's pretty much conclude my remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Mavinga, for providing that update. We know that there's been a lot of working groups regarding growing together. Excuse me, not working groups, meetings regarding growing together in the last couple of months. I think families are interested to know where we are with that process. All right. The next item on our agenda is going to be general public comment. I also want to acknowledge we have 2 interpreters for tonight, Martha Romo Igirles and Marty Ramirez. We appreciate them for their hard work. For public comment, I'm going to do a quick review of the rules. Please state your name, and if you are speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Second, that we ask that speakers present their comments within 90 seconds, all right? We have a large group of speakers tonight, and we want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to speak. So you have 90 seconds. On the podium, there is a marker. When the yellow light comes on, you have 1 minute left to start winding up your remarks. And when the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents will not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to the public education, safety of students, or to the operation of the school system. Finally, board members will listen carefully and will consider your comments, but we do not engage in a discussion with our speakers. The name of the first speaker is Jonathan.
Madam Chairman,
Excuse me, we have,
Policy says that we have 3 minutes. Are you saying you have to suspend your rules? You just can't just say suspend. We have 3 minutes to speak. That's what your policy says. Are you changing those rules? And if you are, you have to vote on it as a board.
Mr. Malone. I believe it has a specified minutes, it has unspecified time in there.
Website, it says 3 minutes.
It's early in the 100s.
Here's something.
I think the board should. If you could use your microphone, Mr. Malone.
Can you read that policy, please, out loud?
Excuse me, I would like to run and chair this meeting, Mr. Malone.
Okay, so the way the policy is set up, there's a 30-minute period of time that kind of caps the overall amount of time that's available for public comment. It says citizens must sign up with the board clerk prior to the meeting. It says then that the chair shall grant 1 to 3 minutes to speak per person, depending on the number of citizens wishing to address the board. So I read that to say that the chair would look at the number of people who have signed up, would take a look at the 30-minute period that's allocated, and can then decide whether or not there's enough time for everybody to get 3 minutes. And if not, the chair can go down to as little as a minute, the way I would read this, to assign time to each of the people who are wishing to speak. So to the extent that you had said 90 seconds per person, that seems to be well within your rights within the board policy.
I appreciate that, Mr. Malone. Can you just tell us the?
Oh, I'm sorry, that's policy number 2310, section B.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I will say we're going to make sure that we hear from everyone today. So we'll give 90 seconds, which will take us past our allotted 30-minute period. I will also ask if you have written your comments, you can leave those and the board members can see the full breadth of those. You can also email us at boe@dpsnc.net, and we'll also be able to see the full breadth of your comments. So we'll start first in 90 seconds with Jonathan. And I apologize, Jonathan, I can't read your last name.
So I'm Jonathan Neto. I don't know what the formalities are, but to the Madam Chair and everybody else that's here that is working in the process, I thank you for this opportunity to be able to say something. I understand that it's about what I understand is it's about what is going to be taught in the public schools here in Durham. And so I'd like to start by reading from Psalm chapter 139. Verses 13 through 19. God, you, God, form my inward parts. You, God, wove me in my mother's womb. I will give thanks to you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Wonderful are your works, and my soul knows it very well. My frame was not hidden from you, God, when I was made in secret and skillfully wrought in the depths of the earth. Your eyes, God, have seen my unformed substance, and in your book were all written the days that were ordained for me, when as yet there was not one of them. I brought this to I said this because Everybody is skillfully and wonderfully made. It's not just certain people. You were not made by your mother and father. You were made by God. You are a special person, whoever you are, wherever you are working. Another thing I would like to share with you is, that's it.
That, yes, unfortunately concludes your time. We appreciate you for coming and sharing with us today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kendi Gutierrez Luviano. And after that, we will have Lorena Perez. And I apologize, folks, if I mispronounce your names in advance. Please correct me once you reach the podium.
You did good. Good afternoon. My name is Kendi Gutierrez, LGBTQ plus Latinx community specialist at El Centro Hispano. Today, we want to advocate for students, children, and young LGBTQ plus. It is important and urgent that we work together to protect and promote the inclusion of all families. How? First, fighting intolerance, disrespect, and misinformation in proposed bills such as HB 755, which represent a threat to our LGBTQ plus children and youth. Second, implementing our school districts' concrete actions that contribute to generating healthy and safe environments. We need the Durham Public School education system to set out the developed LGBTQ plus policies that promote respect, tolerance, and the comprehensive development of our children and youth. Our students do not deserve to live in isolation, nor afraid to express themselves and communicate with their parents, family, friends, and teachers. Schools and colleges should be safe places for LGBTQ plus minors just as much as their own home. We need comprehensive training and certificates for all K-12 teachers and administrative staff in our schools, as well as informational clinics for parents and students. To improve the educational system and the living conditions of our students, it is necessary to invest in mental health and support systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Lorena Perez and Ron Duffy will be after Lorena.
Hi, my name is Lorena Perez. I grew up as a public school kid. I grew up as a queer Latina, and I'm now like the proudest parent of the most amazing gender fluid little kid. They're the coolest. And so tonight, I really just want to share what it has been like to go to the showcase and talk to principals and be like, hey, tell me how you're supporting your gender fluid students. The range is there from the one principal who told me, we have an anti-discrimination policy and we need it. That's a floor, not a ceiling. To the opposite end of the spectrum, which was someone who was so enthused to meet my child, who could list off multiple names off the top of their head, did not have to look up extra resources. They had answers. They had enthusiasm. You need a policy that is going to teach folks how to get there, because that's what I want for my child. My child deserves to feel safe and supported and wonderfully encouraged to learn so that they can be healthy members of our society. I am asking for your help tonight. It does not feel like I am looking for the best fit for my child. It really looks like I am looking for the least harmful. So I'm asking tonight to make sure that your task force, when you get to it, is not full of people who are transphobic and homophobic, who will actively already discriminate against my child, against my family. Thank you.
Thank you. Ron Duffy, and after Ron, we'll have Nathan Topham.
My name is Ron Duffy. I've never done this before. And I'm almost 80 years old, but I'm doing this for my great-grandchildren. Now, I'm a Christian, and as the first speaker spoke, I follow the teachings of the Bible. There's a lot of people here that are not, and that's a beautiful part of this country. I probably deviate because of the short amount of time, but I will tell you this. In 1949, I was born in 43. Probably the oldest person in the room, but anyway, I used to walk from Alma Street to Holloway Street School in the first grade with a buddy of mine, and he's still alive too. And things were not then like it is now. Now, there's a lot of reasons for that, and I'm not laying the blame at anybody. But I served in the military. I served this country. And I got some things I just happened to see on Fox News last night, Laura Ingram's show about LGBT.
Mr.
stuff.
Duffy, I'm sorry, that
I'm done.
concludes your
I'm
time.
done.
All right, thank you. The next person is Nathan Topham. After Nathan will be Faith Neary.
Good evening. My name is Nate Topham. I'm the father of 2 kids, a 4th and a 2nd grader at Club Boulevard Elementary. I'm here to voice my support for swift passage of policies, training, and enforcement supporting LGBTQIA+ students, staff, and families in DPS. To my knowledge, my kids aren't members of this community, neither am I, but that doesn't matter. This still is incredibly important in my house, because in order for my kids to be good allies to this community, they can't just hear it at home. They have to hear and see it modeled by the adults who they spend the other half of their waking life with. So these policies aren't just for the kids who are already members of this community. These policies are for all of our kids. The materials and programs being discussed are not controversial. They're not going to change anyone's kid from this to that, from here to there. They're going to recognize and validate and celebrate what kids already are. So in order for Durham to create the next generation of kids that are the best allies they can be, training's going to be a key component, so the adults in the building have the tools to meet kids where they are and foster a learning environment where kids feel safe to express their true selves with those around them. Equally important is enforcement, so that individual school administrators cannot stall or prevent implementation of policies that can help kids today. Thank you.
Faith Neary. After Faith, we'll have Karen Press.
Hi there, my name is Faith Neary. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak. Thank you for the policies that are going into place to protect against bullying, to protect against harassment. But my concern is recognizing that the human brain is not completely developed until the age of 25. And actually, the impulse reaction is the last to develop in the mid-20s. So I'm concerned with where are academics here? Why can't we let children be children? Just protect against being bullied, protect against being harassed and accepting, but let them grow up in the system of education for the academics. The academics are falling behind, and that is what's going to move them further along in life anyway, because there's going to be unfairness, unfortunately, because of the world we live in. And that is just my biggest concern with this thing. We know that it doesn't matter how smart they are or how well they score on the SAT. Good judgment isn't something that they can excel in yet. And we need adults to guide them and protect them and lead them and show them and give them the opportunity to learn and to become who they're going to become before they're directed in ways.
Thank you. Karen Press. Next will be Seth Van Horn.
Good evening. My name is Karen Preuss, and I'm a longtime resident of Durham and the mother of Durham Public Schools graduate. It's been about a year since the board passed a resolution calling for an action plan to reduce DPS's non-renewable energy use intensity by 80% by 2035. Thanks to your foresight and the dedication and hard work of the staff, much has been accomplished in energy conservation in the past year. I would respectfully urge you to consider the development of a renewable energy action plan to complement the ongoing energy conservation and efficiency efforts and to achieve the target set out in the resolution. This would also serve to fulfill the wishes of Durham residents who overwhelmingly voted in favor of the education bonds for Durham Public Schools. An energy management plan that includes not only energy efficiency, but also renewable energy generation would be better positioned to receive funding that is currently available and will be available for the next 10 years under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Act. Renewable energy can form an important part of a comprehensive multi-decade climate action plan, similar to the one developed by Denver Public Schools that includes student wellness, environmental justice, and career curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Seth Van Horn and Joel Mueller.
I'm Seth Van Horn. I'm not with anyone. I'm just me. I was scared to death when my kid came out. Because I'd seen it coming and I'd done a little research. So I knew that trans kids were 4 times more likely to be the victims of violent crime. I knew that 47% of trans adults reported being harassed within the last year, 9% reported being assaulted within the year. I knew that kids who were told to hide or stay in the closet, 40% of them considered self-harm, 42% considered suicide, 15% attempted. So what's a dad gonna do? Either you're the one telling the kid to hide and hurt themselves, or you're putting them out there in the world where others are gonna hurt them. But I also knew that research in the Journal of Adolescent Psychology says that for every environment in which a child is affirmed, it about halves the chance of suicidal ideation. So really it was no choice at all. It strikes me that we here today are facing the same decision. We can either be the ones telling children, don't ask questions, because we have a lot of luck with kids not asking questions, hide, or we can be the ones saying, we're here to support you and reduce your chance of suicide and protect you from those who would do those assaults. Thank you.
Thank you. Joel Miller. Joel Miller. Dale Everts will be our next speaker. Dale Everts.
Thank you, Dr. Mbenga, and to the chair, and to all the current and new members for hearing us today. I'm Dale Everts. I'm homegrown, former DPS parent, and I'm here to talk about solar energy and the Inflation Reduction Act. I think you may have heard that there's billions of dollars literally in that act for schools, for upgrading buildings, not just schools, obviously, but I'm thinking about schools in our schools. And my colleagues at EPA, where I used to work, are now working on the program, developing the programs to get that money out to us. So, and these would include, energy upgrades for our schools, solar panels on the schools, energy efficient appliances, all the things we want to do to make our schools, instead of being energy drains, to being energy providers and saving us all money. So for instance, DPS can get a 30% tax credit. Now, we don't pay taxes, so it comes directly to us. We can have a direct pay option. You get that money. And plus 10% for US made materials and 10% if it's in a low income community. That's 50%. That's a half off sale on energy upgrades for our schools. I know there's lots there. I'm gonna pass around some guides here that I've uncovered. But the next 2 years are key for us getting this money. We'd love to help. Our solar schools team would love to help identify opportunities and get us and help you, write grants and that sort of thing. So I hope we can do it.
Thank you. If you can leave those right here with Mr. Malone or Ms. Giovanni, yeah, right there. We'll make sure that all the board members get a copy. Thank you.
Yep.
Is Joel Miller? I just want to make sure if Joel was in the outside or in the hallway, they have an opportunity to speak. All right. Whit Williams Black is our next speaker, followed by Hannah Donahue.
Hi, hello, nice to see you all again. My name is Whit Williams Black and I live off I-98. I have kids in DPS and I am a working parent. I was up here a couple of weeks ago talking about how this is not just about making sure that trans and queer kids are seen. This is also about making sure that all kids who are marginalized, those kids with different abilities, those kids who are not from here, whose parents may not be documented, whose families are farm workers, whose families are on Medicaid, living in the projects, so on and so forth, feel safe at school, feel seen and heard. A lot of what we're talking about today is queer families, but I need for y'all to understand that this is an intersectional issue, and that if you do not move as quickly as we can, we will be seeing more students afraid to show up authentically because of folks showing up into their schools pretending like what this is about is anything other than about the kids. I also want to say, as a parent, as a working parent, as a young working parent, and I'm not quite sure the protocols, but it's a little bit ridiculous how many pages this thing is. I think across 6 tabs on my laptop are dedicated to finding an explanation and a true direction, a true belief from this board. It's buried in 6 tabs in the internet. No working parent has the time to do that and ensure that the policies that you all are making are actually going to do the work that we've asked you to do to protect our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. Thank you, Wood. Sorry, Wood. Hannah Donahue, our next speaker, followed by Jennifer Gershit.
Hello, my name is Hannah. I'm a parent of 2 young children. One is a kindergartner at Club Boulevard. I'm also a pediatric nurse, and I've recently started working in the schools as a nurse. In my practice, I've seen LGBTQ and gender diverse students bullied. They've been pushed, shoved, and had crude names yelled at them. I've seen administrators turned a blind eye to this behavior. I've seen students crying in my office because their teacher called home and mistakenly gendered them, outing them to their family who is transphobic. This teacher did not have malintent, but was never provided education or resources on protecting a gender diverse student because there's no policy driving them to do so. And staff gender support training currently is based on the individual preferences of school administrators. Last year, 45% of LGBTQ youth considered committing suicide. This is a huge crisis in our community. Of note, LGBTQ and gender diverse students of color are not only facing homophobia and transphobia, they are also facing racism. These students are less likely to report harm and harassment to educators, even though 2 in 5 of them experience both racist and trans or homophobic comments and harassment at school. Half of LGBTQ and gender diverse children do not feel safe at home or school. However, the amount that feels supported at school is double the amount that feels supported at home. When these children don't have support at home, school is quite literally the only place we could make them feel safe. We have a duty to support these children. I urge you to pass this policy tonight. The kids are not okay, but we can do something.
Thank you, Jennifer. And then next we'll have Lauren Sartain.
Hi, my name is Dr. Jennifer Girish. I am a parent of 3 children in DPS, 2 second graders and a 6th grader. At my elementary school is Forest View Elementary, and I'm not sure if you all are aware of the tremendous EC crisis at our elementary school. We have zero EC resource teachers, no facilitator, EC facilitator. Kids are not getting the right education. They are not getting their legally provided for free, appropriate public education at our school. And this was covered up, hidden from us as families. What I want to know, since I only have 90 seconds and I had to ditch all my other comments, was what is this board willing to do to solve the EC crisis at my school? Because it's not just about EC kids, it's about all the kids in our school. Because every time an EC kid is not provided the appropriate education, it affects every child at our school. Our EC teachers are stretched to the break. They are about to fall apart. We cannot put any more work on our school teachers, especially our EC teachers, who work so darn hard to provide a quality education for kids that most people want to pretend don't exist and shouldn't be in public school. I'm standing here for my child and every other child that should get quality education.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Lauren Sartain. And then next up will be Dean Fitzgerald.
Start from the first group of people who signed up. It looks like you started from the bottom.
We have a public comment speaker that has the floor right now, so I'm going to pass it over to her. And I am calling the names as they are listed on the sheets. So I'm going to give the floor over to Lauren. Thank you, Lauren.
Hi, my name is Dr. Lauren Sartain. I'm a professor of education policy at UNC Chapel Hill. I study educator quality and educator markets. I'm also a DPS parent where my son has a developmental delay in speech and my daughter has 2 diagnoses but does not have an IEP. We're able to make sure that she knows how to read because we have the resources to send her to the Hill Center. Other families don't. That's a huge equity issue in this district, particularly when you start to look at the number of vacancies and EC positions that are listed on the DPS website. A quick glance at that showed that there were nearly 80 EC vacancies, and DPS has 50 schools. So that's typically a DPS school then has more than 1 EC opening. And this may take me more than 90 seconds, but I just want you to hear the names of the schools with these EC shortages. W.G. Pearson, Y.E. Smith, C.C. Spalding, Club Boulevard, Burton, Pearsontown, Oak Grove, Eno Valley, Parkwood, Hillendale, Little River, Eastleigh, Watts, Lakewood, Merrickmore, Hope Valley, Forest View, Neal, Rogers Her, Carrington, Brogdon, Shepherd, Lucas, the School for Creative Studies, Hillside, Southern, Northern, Riverside, and numerous positions that are listed in central office, which are shared across schools. I look forward to seeing you guys in January to talk about growing together. Thank you.
Thank you. Dean Fitzgerald is our next speaker, followed by Jill Stewart.
Good evening. My name is Dean Fitzgerald. I represent myself. I'm here to advocate that we pass a citywide policy for LGBTQIA+ training and support tonight and not wait for a task force. As you already heard some statistics from another parent, LGBTQ youth who report having at least one accepting adult in their lives are 40% less likely to report a suicide attempt in the last year, and that's from this year's data. My sister's a teacher in New York State. In the last few years, she's had many students that she teaches come out to her, even before they did for their peers, to test the waters on an adult to see if it was going to be safe. She's been that one adult for so many kids who didn't have support at home, and she still uses dead names with those parents to protect those children. She did that without knowing the benefit that she had in keeping those kids alive. And that's because she is kind and respectful and because she had state mandated training. With recent acts of violence against the LGBT community in Colorado Springs and here in Moore County, please act with the haste a life and death issue demands. Declaring that certain members of our city are important and ought to be respected is not oppression, nor anti-American, nor is it child abuse. Idleness is not fairness. Inviting anyone who doesn't understand that to join a task force is wrong. They do not need a seat at the table. They built the table. Please reset it.
Thank you. Jill Stewart is our next speaker, followed by Kelly Bowers.
Hi, my name is Dr. Jill Stewart. I'm a neuropsychologist and proud DPS parent. My thoughts are my own, not my employer's. I'm here tonight to advocate for the right to FAPE for all DPS students, especially some of our most vulnerable who are in or eligible for EC services. I'm also here out of the profound gratitude and respect for our remaining EC teachers, some of whom are with us in the hallway tonight. Just days before Dr. Bell's October 20th update at the board meeting, I learned of significant gaps in the resources at our school, including the loss of our entire EC resource program for a school of 700 students, of whom 10% receive EC services. And that number is rising because there are more in the pipeline. The loss of our resource program is crippling in terms of the ability to meet academic, safety, and socio-emotional needs of arguably all of our students, as some have yet to be identified. Perhaps some of the saddest things I can share are that not all of our families are aware of this crisis, especially our Hispanic families, and I am here using my privilege to speak for them too. Parents are now being asked to allow service delivery from substitutes, most without any EC or teaching credentials, while they're being trained on the job. Does this seem appropriate to you? Imagine me trying to provide physical therapy to your child. Is this fidelity to evidence-based intervention? I hope that you not only are alarmed by my message, but that you feel compelled to act. We don't want to be heard, we want to hear action.
Thank you, Dr. Stewart.
Thank you.
All right, Kelly Bowers is our next speaker, followed by Anna Velasquez.
Thank you. I have no children. I have no grandchildren. And yet I'm here today, and you got to wonder why. What I have is a childhood spent in the military. Between kindergarten and high school graduation, I went to 7 different schools. So I know what it's like to be the new kid in school. I know what it's like to be the stranger. I know what it's like to be the one that doesn't fit in. And I know how much that sucks. And that's from somebody who is white, cis, straight, American born, and Christian. Now imagine you aren't one or more of those things. And it sucks even more. And that's not what schools should be about. When you create anything that makes school a better place for anyone who doesn't naturally fit in, you create an environment that starts to move towards being open and acceptable to all. When Jesus was asked, "When did we see you in prison? When did we see you hungry? When did we see you homeless?" He said, "Whatever you do for the least of them, you do for me." Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ana Velasquez. I'm a bilingual family advocate. We represent a focus group, Foro de Padres. I'm here to talk about the mental health crisis in our community. And I thought we had 3 minutes. What it looks like is, what we're looking for is training teachers, staff. And how does this look is for goals to assist the teachers and the staff to identify and assess and intervene. We're not looking for doctors within our schools. What we're looking is for how to give a one-on-one therapy, a non-medical wellness service within our schools to help when crises come up. We have seen too many suicides in elementary itself. That is very sad. How does this look? Clinical wellness services, peer-to-peer youth, support groups or programs. How can we do this? Is DPS can educate, train staff, teachers, parents on symptoms of how to help mental health problems. How did the Durham County help all these officers with intervention crisis to help the community? I think DPS can do the same thing with our teachers and our staff. There's more to that, but I guess we all get the picture.
Thank you. And I want to remind folks, if you have written your comments out, you can leave a copy. We'll make sure all board members get it. But you can also email us at B as in boy, OE@dpsnc.net. Just want to make sure that you have an opportunity to reach us. Our next public comment speaker is Aracel Hernandez, and following her will be Victoria Peterson.
Hi, my name is Araceli Hernandez. I just want to say my name in English and I want to speak in Spanish more quickly. I have 22 years. I'm sorry.
Hold on 1 second, Ms. Hernandez. We will allow you double time so that you have interpretation and you all have the time to go back. and
So I can have my 90 and 90 seconds.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Okay, mi nombre es Araceli Hernández, soy de Honduras, soy madre, abuela de niños en DPS y estoy aquí para poder abocar por los jóvenes, los niños en todas las escuelas. ¿Puedo hablar de un solo? ¿O you want to interpret first? Araceli.
Good evening. I am Araceli Hernandez. I am a mother and a grandchild, and I am here to advocate for all the children in schools of DPS.
Quiero más que nada ayudar para los niños y jóvenes mental, emocional para ellos y sobre todo respeto a cada religión. En realidad no se está respetando cuando un niño cree en Dios y en las mismas escuelas se les calla y es por eso que hay tanta violencia, que hay tantas situaciones difíciles en nuestros jóvenes porque nadie respeta a nadie.
I'm here to advocate for the students, not only emotionally, but mentally. I feel that in schools, there is no respect for religion of children, and they ask them to stop, and there is a lot of violence around, and that's why we are in this predicament.
Yo sé que esa reunión se trata de que podamos ver qué se hace con ese dinero y queremos ayuda emocional para los jóvenes, que no hayan más crímenes, que no hayan más problemas en las escuelas y que nuestros hijos puedan estar seguros tanto en las universidades como empezando desde la elementaria y sobre todo que se respete cuando tengan a Dios en su corazón para que también ellos puedan ayudar a otros.
I need all the help that they can have, not only for children, but also for young people, because there is a lot of violence around, and the children need to be safe, and they need to have a God in their hearts, and we need this support from you.
I just want their respect to every, doesn't matter what religion, from whatever the country they coming from, they just respect, because when you guys don't respect and the school each other, so they can do everything they want, is the violence is coming. So we just need, please, for they can help for that respect. Doesn't matter they teachers, doesn't matter they bus drivers, doesn't matter whatever, who is it, the students, but they need to respect each other, whatever they think in the mind and the heart. So please help the kids because we don't want no more crimes.
Thank you. Next, we have Victoria Peterson, followed by Patricia Arbigon.
Can you start your thing here, please? Let me know when you're. Okay, to the school board, I really have some real serious problems with this draft. And to the attorney, I would like to know What is LGBTQ? LGBTQ. You're asking the public to support this LGBT, but you have not put in here, and Mr. Attorney, I hope you don't mind me addressing this to you. By law, we need to know what this is. Now, my understanding of these initials, it means lesbians and gays, and we can go on. The public school system should not be enforcing homosexuality to our children. That's not why the school system came about. And matter of fact, the school system in this country came about because of the churches. We have a foundation of trying to teach righteousness. You're asking Christian teachers that are part of your system, because I used to be a substitute teacher in your system. So you're asking Christian teachers to wink when you have homosexual boys who want to go into the girls' room because they want to change their
Thank you so
their
much.
agenda and could
Ms.
sexually
Peterson, that
assault
ends your time.
one of those
That ends your
groups.
time. Thank you so much for coming. We're gonna turn off your microphone.
Excuse me, I'm just asking, can we
This-
get an
this-
understanding and the
This
and-
ends your
and
time.
what-
You've extended over the 90 seconds. So we appreciate you for coming, and your public comments are in the record.
I'm sorry, do you understand that,
Miss-
Mr. Attorney?
Ms. Peterson,
Can we
this
get
ends
that-
your time. Thank you. I'm gonna ask that you have a seat.
Asking to get some additional information.
Yes, ma'am. We do not respond to public comment, but we have heard your comments. We have your contact information and someone can follow up with you, okay? But that ends your time.
Myself.
She can have a seat. She can have a seat. Patricia Arbogron, I apologize again if I'm incorrectly pronouncing your name. Excuse me. And then Jack Turnwald will be after Patricia.
Yo necesito intérprete.
Yes, ma'am. We'll have the interpreter come back.
I'll reach out to you to get that info.
¿Lo digo todo o por partes? Pero no está bien. Por partes. Hola, buenas tardes. Soy Patricia Obregón. Formo parte de un grupo de enfoque llamado Foro de Padres.
I am Patricia Obregón. I'm part of a group called Foro de Padres, a Parents Forum.
Y estoy aquí para dar una sugerencia sobre el uso de los 18 millones de dólares que tiene DPS.
I'm here to give a suggestion about the $18 million that DPS has available.
Creemos que parte de este dinero podría ser usado en tutorías para los estudiantes de nivel elemental.
We think that part of this money could be used for tutoring and for elementary school students
Que se vieron afectados durante la pandemia
who were affected during the pandemic
y no han podido retomar el rumbo. Por las estadísticas sabemos que los estudiantes latinos, afroamericanos y otras minorías son los más afectados en su aprendizaje.
Okay, and they haven't been able to recuperate. By the statistics, we know that children, African-American, Latino children, and other children of color were the most affected by the pandemic.
Y creo que implementar tutorías ayudaría a que estuvieran en un mejor nivel para lograr salir adelante en su educación.
And I think that implementing tutoring would help them to reach a better level in their education.
Agradezco que tomen en cuenta nuestros comentarios y el trabajo que hacen para mejorar la educación en las escuelas públicas de Durham. Gracias.
Well, we appreciate your time and listening to our comments about how to improve education in DPS. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Jack Turnwald, followed by Rachel Owens.
My name is Jack Turnwald and my pronouns are they, them. I'm here again tonight as a former DPS educator and a trans person to lift up all the voices asking for DPS to put a gender support policy into action. I hear folks on this board saying they want to get this right, and I support moving in ways that center harm reduction. And I keep hearing the voice of a friend who reminded me that perfection is a tool of white supremacy. That friend is a brilliant queer educator who was pushed out of this district by discrimination and the absence of a policy like we're asking for tonight. Their voice reminds me that boards, governing bodies, and individuals throughout history have quashed the advancement of actions that would better communities because they put perfection as the goal. They called for more research, which was already plentiful. They expressed the need to follow procedure to a T, usually designed without the input of the global majority and historically excluded voices. They wanted everyone to be comfortable, including those who espoused views of hate. And they asked for more time to design the best possible policy while people experienced ongoing harm in the absence of any policy. In the name of perfection, communities have resided in systems of inequity for too long. I would urge this board not to make the same mistake. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Rachel Owens, followed by Ernesto Lopez Molina.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Owens and I'm a science teacher, environmental club advisor at Northern High School. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of my students, the current students of Northern and the future students of the new Northern High School currently being built and set to open its doors next school year. Now, we all know that a building does not define a school. It is what goes on within those walls. It does. But the building itself does play a role in how those things take shape and how they mold a child's perspective when it comes to what value they think they have and the value the school district places on their future. When I was writing this speech, I Googled a synonym for the word new in reference to our new building because I felt as though new was too simplistic a word. It was very interesting to me that terms like advanced, modern, and state-of-the-art popped up when the new building currently has no plans for renewable energy features. In a day and age when this generation of children is having to deal with and will have to deal with the brunt of the effects of climate change, effects of which the causes were not their fault, and we as their role models cannot ensure that their brand new school has a sustainable clean energy source like solar, especially when North Carolina is a leader in that area in this country, is a bit mystifying to me. Now, it's my understanding that the window of opportunity for rooftop solar at Northern has passed, but Durham and DPS have an opportunity here. We have an opportunity to lead the state in what is called canopy or parking lot solar. It would be such an amazing feeling for students, parents, and staff of Northern to drive up and park at our modern, state-of-the-art, advanced, and innovative building.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ernesto Lopez Molina, and I am a student at Northern High School. I'm here to argue why the new Northern should be solar powered. Our new school is around 290,000 square feet, and American schools spend an average of 0.67 cents per square foot, which indicates that the county will spend approximately $188,500 on non-renewable energy per year. We could dramatically lower the cost of electricity by using solar power. Renewable energy resources are more vital than ever. And with 8 billion people on this planet, we are polluting even more. If we want our children to be aware of what's going on in the world, we must begin to incorporating eco-friendly materials into our learning settings. And these are some of the many reasons why we should incorporate solar power into your new school. I would also like to live in a world where I know that the people who educate me care about me. I want to live in a place where I don't have to worry. I want to know what actually goes into my lungs when I'm breathing. And I want for the future generations to have clean place to live. I don't see why schools don't implement green power without us asking for it. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. And thank you, students, for coming out to our meeting tonight. We appreciate seeing y'all here. Our next public comment speaker will be Ann Sakawi Hemstreet, followed by Freddie Perkins.
Hi, everybody. It's hot out there. Well, yep, that's going. My name is Ann Sakawi Hemstreet, and I'm not going to give you all the other details. I am here on behalf of Rainbow Collective for Change. We've been here since April 7th, when we submitted a letter to you with 662 community members, students, parents, and staff signatures supporting the very policy that is on your agenda tonight, 8 months later. So you've had 8 months to do something as a board. You've had 8 months to get community input from local LGBTQ organizations, families, students, and staff. And I also know that you've received community input for years before that. We've lost educators and students and their families because DPS is an environment in which educators are fearful to be out. Students are bullied. Educators and families are told they're not allowed to read books about families like mine, or talk about pronouns in the classroom. Enough is enough. You have received enough community input to know that we want a policy tonight. You have had enough time to figure out your plan for protecting LGBTQ students and staff. It's time now to prioritize the safety of LGBTQ and gender diverse children over the discomfort of a few adults. I'm also just kind of tired of hearing about this, and it sounds like you've heard about really important things tonight about EC shortages and mental health and tutoring for students. And I think it's important to be able to focus on that. I have the letter and the signatures to hand off if that's okay.
You can pass it right here to Ms. Giovanni. Thank you. Freddie Perkins is our next speaker, and then Christina Baldridge.
Oh, Lord. There's a lot of people out there, y'all. Good evening. My name is Freddie Perkins, and I am representing the LGBTQ Center of Durham, specifically the Youth Center. I am here to represent the youth that I have talked to firsthand. I think as a board, it's important to remind yourselves, like, what is the work that you're doing and who is it for? It's not for parents, right? We love parents to have a role. It is for the students. It is for the children that you see, that the teachers see every day, and they're the ones that are going to make or break what our county looks like once they graduate, right? These students have said, we don't have safe spaces. The only thing we have is a GSA, which is great, but there should be more. We don't have policies in place. We need them. We don't have curriculum that helps us to be safe and be our best authentic selves, right? We want kids to be kids. There should be policies in place that allow for that to take place. And until that is done, you're going to continue to see distrust within your community. You're going to continue to see kids having to deal with mental health issues like suicide, right? And then we're not even looking at it from an intersectional point of view, right? Like in EC classrooms, queerness is a thing, and we don't even let EC kids be kids already, right? We don't talk about queerness in immigrant populations. We don't talk about queerness in all these other avenues where it exists. And if we can't do the bare minimum by letting policies exist that at least allow that point of authenticity, then what are we doing? Why are we here? Right. And so I'm here to say, please make this policy happen and listen to the students.
Thank you. Christina Baldridge, followed by Jacob Baldridge.
Hi there. My name is Christina Baldridge. I'm a mother of 2 children at Forest View Elementary School, and I'm also the PTA president there. And I'm here tonight because we have an EC crisis on our hands. I think Dr. Giersch talked about the fact that we have about 70 kids not receiving services. It's a massive legal liability. It's also an equity issue, and it's appalling. And we have gone through the right channels. Dr. Mubenga, I've not heard from you. Our families have not heard from you, and we'd like to hear from you. We'd like to know who's in charge, who can make decisions happen, and how we can get solutions in place for this year and set ourselves up for success next year. And I'd like to know what the next step is by tomorrow, because I think there are really big issues happening and we're about to break, and these kids are going to come back on January 5th and be alone. We're talking about marginalized communities tonight, and this is also a marginalized community. These are the most vulnerable students who are not accessing education. This is our future economy. These are our future colleagues, our friends, our children's friends, and we are leaving them behind and there is no plan. I have a paltry few ideas to share, but this is not my area of expertise. I think you are all here because you are experts in this and we'd like to see some leadership. And I also want to make sure that I tell you that I want to make sure we're voting on this issue tonight as well, because our children matter. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, ladies and gentlemen of the board and honored guests. My name is Jacob Baldridge. I'm a DPS parent of two amazing students. And it's made me proud tonight to hear the testimony of all my neighbors calling for stronger protection for queer students and staff. Some of our most vulnerable students. Allow me to add my voice to that resounding chorus. Please do reject the hatefulness wrapped in a cross that you have heard from some of our community members tonight, and pass a robust set of protections for our LGBTQ neighbors quickly. But my primary purpose here tonight is to alert you to an issue facing another group of DPS's most vulnerable students. As you now know, at Forest View, we currently have no EC resource teachers and no EC facilitator. While I believe our school administration is working as fast as they can, they've received zero support from the district and they've made zero progress. This is an equity, legal, and moral issue. Tonight, I would like to ask Dr. Mbenga, can you commit to taking action and updating the public on that action before the end of 2022? And I'd like to ask the board, can you commit to providing more aggressive oversight and leadership on this issue than is the norm? In Durham, we work to protect our most vulnerable neighbors. We don't always get it right, but we have an obligation to solve this problem now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Mary Hinton, followed by Rhonda Lee.
I'd just like to say that we all need to respect each other. And that means let kids be kids, parents be parents, and teachers teach reading, writing, and arithmetic. Diversity seems to be, we all look different, but we must think alike. That's not what we need. We need people to respect each other. The division that's coming in all through the states is just crazy. It used to be, if people were different, they were just accepted. They weren't, if you don't wear a rainbow on your shirt lapel, if you're in the soccer team, you were taken off the team. That's ridiculous. It's discrimination. Public restrooms, school restrooms, open to both states, both sexes. That's crazy. That's all I have to say. I wasn't planning to speak tonight, but my kids went to the Durham school. I believe everyone should respect each other. I respect all of you guys. Respect my opinion. I don't need a pronoun, a separate pronoun to recognize you as a good person. Have the same pronouns. We're all the same. Thank you.
Next speaker is Rhonda Lee, followed by Courtney Gills.
Good evening. My name is Rhonda Lee. I'm a priest in the Episcopal Church, a parent and a resident of Durham. As such, it is vitally important to me that our public schools be safe and welcoming spaces for our LGBTQIA+ students for the sake of their holistic well-being, physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual. Therefore, I ask you to pass the policy before you this evening. I agree with many members of our community that the policy needs to be revised after being adopted. I think it's absolutely necessary that the people entrusted with making those revisions should have a clear understanding of the issues involved and how high the stakes are. Their goal in revising the policy should be to support the flourishing of LGBTQIA+ persons in all possible ways. Our children's lives and well-being deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you. Courtney Gills, followed by Tracy Campbell.
Hi, my name is Courtney Geels. I had a few things to say, but I think I'm going to start with what we just heard a few minutes ago. Hatefulness wrapped in a cross. Just going to let that sit. I'm going to use my time to let y'all think about that. The amount of times I've heard hate speech in the past couple of years, that was hate speech, and it's disgusting. And it's entirely offensive to me, and it's offensive to a lot of people that are present today. I came here to voice a couple concerns about the amended guidelines for gender support and LGBTQ policy. On page 4, it says the student support team should start with the students, parents, and then after parents, it says in parentheses, as appropriate based on the age and maturity level of the student. This is a very vague part of the policy. If you choose to adopt this, I think that you should edit there to put some objective information in there. Who is the one who is deciding what the maturity of that child is? On the previous couple of pages under privacy, you already have something listed about the parent, that someone can't get information about transgender children absent parental consent or the student's consent if they are 18 years of age or older. So I do think you should add in there that the parent would have to be part of that support system if they are under the age of 18, as they are legally, that is legally appropriate. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Tracy Campbell, followed by Brian Gills.
According to the national curriculum, all compulsory teaching on sex and relationship education, known as human growth and development in primary schools, is to be taught in science. LGBTQ gender identity is still debated in the science community, and no final indisputable evidence has been shown on either side. Opinions widely vary, with each side making their own points. However, making up pronouns or identifying as an animal is not science. It is simply a social construct. In fact, according to the Diagnosis and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, which is used by the psychiatrists in the medical community, defines gender identity disorder as a mental health issue, stating gender identity disorders are defined and marked as incongruent between their experiences or expressed gender and the one they were assigned at birth. According to the Civil Rights Act of 1969, schools cannot promote the beliefs of one group over another. Everyone is to be treated equally and fairly, but when schools begin to convert LGBT lifestyles to children, they are abusing their power and their political positions as educators. As a medical professional for 31 years, I've witnessed this. I've seen this destruction with firsthand on kids that are confused, who they thought they were in the opposite sex of who they were born in. I've seen elementary and middle school kids who wanted to be accepted went along with this fad by succumbing to peer pressure and bullying tactics. Middle school girls told me they—
Tracy, that concludes your time. Thank you.
It's wrong for you to—
Brian Gills will be next, followed by Nicolo Roditi.
Hello. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to y'all. I'm here speaking out to help support the underprivileged children that my wife and I mentor. We've seen some of the problems in the school going on right now. And I think one of the biggest things right now is we're not focusing on education like math, reading, science. There's a lot of these equity policies that are being passed in the recent 10 years. And we're not, I guess I'm asking whether that is improving outcomes. I think this policy was actually pulled from another county. I'm curious if we've studied if that has actually improved the outcomes there. I'll remind you that we are accepting public money. So this is taxpayer money we're talking about. So everything we do here needs to be for the benefit of the entire community at school. And I just hope that you all will consider that when you vote for this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicolo, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing.
Pronounced it right. Congrats. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Nicolo. My pronouns are they, he. I first just want to start with logic. So when we talk about hate speech and when we talk about a lot of these things, we're not talking about education. And education is a defined relationship between the educator and the child. And there are different methodologies used, like Montessori. And we don't have to go into the evolution of school systems, right? That is just one example. When you have these things and you want to control how that relationship is made, it is about you. You are not in those schools. So you can have your opinions, but we are here to talk about how to better those relationships between educator and child. Because if you don't have bettered relationships, it ends into some really destructive areas. Also, culture shifts. So if you are upset that culture is shifting, then understand that that's what happens. New kids come along, the things move forward. If you feel like you have all this power and control to want to stop it, you're creating a power dynamic because you don't want to relinquish something in you. And that's fine, but those are opinions. We are here to actually create concrete and tangible goals with our children. And I'm an example of that. I'm the associate director of the LGBTQ Center of Durham, the Youth Center. I am a public school student. I am queer as hell. I am 25. And if it wasn't for teachers, especially when I grew up in Charlotte, I would not physically be here.
Thank you. Amy Bender, followed by Hollis Scott.
Evening, my name is Abby Bender. I'm a DPS parent of a non-binary student and a family physician practicing community medicine. Due to continued safety concerns of students and staff, I would like to strongly push for the Orange County gender policy to be passed tonight without delay. A task force full of knowledgeable LGBTQI people and allies can then strengthen the policy in coming months. My child, while in a safer place due into an environment created by a former principal, is now again at risk because as the current guidelines stand, action or inaction is largely up to the principal in charge. Our school currently has funding to proceed with training of staff and incorporating affirming books and lessons into the classroom, but this vital need is being blocked because of a belief system that has a history of hurting LGBTQI people. In the last 2 weeks, I've had to listen to the person in charge of my child's school talk about a plurality of beliefs surrounding gender and how that should influence our decision as to whether these life-saving lessons and trainings should be allowed to happen. My child and their teacher have been misgendered multiple times, even in front of the principal and vice principal without correction. DPS currently have people in charge of our children's schools that are more concerned with the discomfort of straight, often religious cisgender adults over the safety of our queer children. In addition, over the last 2 years, I have encountered multiple incidents at both elementary schools where staff were inclined to step up and support my child, but had a fear of retaliation from the people in charge, whether that be the principal or the district. People have stepped up and spoken out despite their fears, and those staff members have expressed that at a minimum, it was not easy to do and often not well received. I will say my child and I are eternally grateful for these brave souls.
Thank you.
Please pass a policy tonight.
Thank you. Hollis Goss, our next speaker.
Hi, my name is Hollis Goss and my pronouns are she and her, and my daughter is in 7th grade at Lakewood Montessori Middle School. She came out as transgender at the end of last year. I am so grateful for everything that Lakewood has done to support and celebrate my kid and to keep her safe. I urge DPS to pass the policy and also to look to learn from the faculty and staff at schools like Lakewood that have put queer affirming policies and practice into place. LGBTQ plus kids are at much higher risk for depression, self-harm, and suicide. Research is clear that strong support at home and at school makes a huge difference in their well-being. Queer affirming policies and practices at school keep our children alive.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Teresa Blackington, followed by Dylan Evans or Dylan Evans.
Hi, my name is Teresa Dow Blackington, and I'm a parent of 2 children at Club Boulevard and the PTA president. I'm here to ask that you vote tonight to put this gender policy into effect immediately. We must act now. We must make it known that our LGBTQ plus students and families are not just seen, but they are also valued and affirmed. that they have dignity and worth, that their lives matter, and that we recognize their full humanity. We cannot be a school district that touts its progressiveness or that makes loud claims of how much it values the social and emotional health of its students and then not act immediately on this. We must pass this policy now. And then we must work to improve and expand it with the assistance of LGBTQ+ and allies, not a task force that includes alternate views, because there is no place at the table for homophobia or transphobia in our school district. We must not make false equivalencies or care more about some people's personal discomfort than the safety of our community members. Additionally, this district must affirm that teachers have the right to use books, lessons, and materials that are inclusive and supportive of LGBTQ+ and gender diverse students and families. We cannot have schools that are safe for certain families and schools that are not, and we cannot have this safety dependent on changing teachers, administrations, or zoning decisions. Please pass this policy this evening.
Thank you. Thank you. Dylan Evans, followed by Abigail Martin.
My name is Dylan Evans. My pronouns are he, they, and I go to the School for Creative Studies, and I'm president of my GSA. I fought for gender neutral bathrooms and respect from teachers, but the problem with these efforts is that there needs to be policy in place. These changes are not going to be effective or worthwhile without you guys passing a policy. 1 or 2 teachers in my entire school are not enough to create a safe space for the dozens of kids that go to my school, and there are hundreds that exist within the entire Durham public school system. Last year at my school, a student was berated in front of their class because a teacher thought they were using the wrong restroom. They ended up in tears, and very little action was taken by the school after the teacher publicly humiliated this, misgendered them. And the action that was taken had no effect on this teacher's behavior because there's no protection for queer kids in our school. These are our lives. It's hard to explain how demoralizing and disheartening these experiences are. I see safe space posters everywhere I look, but no one is practicing what they preach. No one is practicing what they preach. Some people's only refuge is school, and it's a poor excuse for a safe space. We aren't being respected, and it sends the message that we don't matter. It's dehumanizing. We need training for teachers to educate them on how to accommodate queer and trans students. We need gender neutral bathrooms. We need to normalize asking pronouns and using them. Matter of respect. The discomfort of a few adults does not outweigh the need to protect some of the most vulnerable populations at our schools, a population that is far more likely to attempt suicide than our cisgender and heterosexual peers.
Thank you. Next, we have Abigail Martin, followed by Jenna Wine.
Hi, I'm a teacher and I'm a parent of 2 DPS students. It hadn't occurred to me that there could be retaliation or concern about that for a teacher to speak. So I'm here and I'm assuming that is not going to be the case. So just to mention the social studies standards that we teach in kindergarten, students must understand how individuals are similar and different. They must explain similarities in their self and others, and they must explain the elements of culture, how people speak, how people dress, foods they eat, etc. So when my kids went to kindergarten, they learned those standards. They got very explicit instruction about concepts like skin tone, melanin, words to use to talk about groups of people that they are in community with. And this really gave their whole class a language, a shared language to talk about race and specific strategies to be an ally. I want the same thing around gender. It's developmentally appropriate and factually accurate for kindergarten kids to learn what gender is, the full range of genders in their community, and the full range of families in our school, and how to be an ally. So if a recent survey, I think, said 18% of DPS middle and high school students identify in the LGBTQIA community, so we are already behind the curve if we want to talk about the community that our students are in. Thank you.
Thank you. Of Jenna Wine, followed by Anna Allman.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jenna Wine. I'm one of the librarians at Riverside High School. And it's actually very timely that this is happening tonight because earlier today, we have multiple nonfiction sections and we have one called Social Issues LGBTQIA. And when I was shelving some books, I found plastered behind all the books up against the wall for who knows how long, these notes. One that says, God said that man shall not lay with man. And another one that says, 500 years from now, when the world ends and an archaeologist digs us up, you're either going to be a man or a woman, 2 genders. So I don't know how long this was up. I talked to my student assistants. They said they don't think it's been up long. They didn't notice it, but I'm a queer individual and I felt sick to my stomach just seeing this and thinking what is going to happen to my students that see this. And so I hope so much that I was the first one to see this because it's apparent. And I've been dealing with teachers who have misgendered my students and just actively doing it even as I stick up for them. And I know that students are going to be like this, but it's so harmful. They're not doing it to cause a rise. I know some students do it to just cause a rise around their friends. They deliberately left this hate mail to the students that are interested in learning about their history and themselves. And I have looked at the policy and I agree. My colleague is going to talk about the policy later. And you have to pass it now. So please, because it's happening. Thank you.
Thank you. And Anna Alman will be our last speaker for the night.
Oh, and on a high note, okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Anna Alman. I am a teacher at Riverside. I went there as well when I was a student. I wasn't out in high school, but I am out now. Today at our QSA meeting, I handed them your proposal and I said, give me your feedback and I'll take it to the board tonight. First, my students want to thank you for using expansive and inclusive definitions. My students also acknowledge there is federal and state law we have to consider as well. They did ask how much wiggle room is given with regards to student privacy and students consenting to share information both before and after they are 18 with phrases like case-by-case basis. Who makes that decision? Is it the principal? Is it you? Is it a team? Is it all of us? Is it the faculty member deemed the LGBT liaison and support, AKA the token gay, right? What is a specific educational interest and who determines the validity of that interest? My students felt it was strange to focus on the date of transition for staff members and were concerned that dead names would be still on transcripts sent out to colleges. Ultimately, however, my students felt that this policy should be put in place immediately with any proposed task force or group meeting in the future to clarify and make changes as needed. This protection is needed now because violence against students is happening now. We don't need to go down to Moore County to find evidence of anti-LGBT sentiments becoming violent. I was at a funeral last month for a trans DPS graduate who took their own life. I alone cannot protect every single student. I need your help.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our public comment. There are some seats in here if some folks want to come in. All right, the next item on our agenda is our consent items. We have 4 listed. The board members have reviewed all of these items in advance and I'm open for a motion.
Move approval of items A, B, C, and D on the consent agenda.
Second. Been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Valladares. Is there any discussion? I do want to highlight in here some contracts to put some electric charging stations in a lot of our comprehensive schools in preparation for more transition towards electric vehicles, which is exciting around our sustainability goals. So I just want to appreciate the administration for that. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is the Board of Education LGBTQ policy update. I'll pass it over to Ms. Giovanni.
Mr. Malone is going to take the lead on this, Madam Chair. Thank you.
So what I forwarded to the board and what you'll find in the board packet is the Orange County Schools policy. I'm sorry, see, I did it. Orange County Schools regulation that they have in their policy manual with the required changes to convert it from the Orange County schools to the Durham Public Schools. I provided it in a track changes format so that the board could clearly see exactly what changes I made to that. Most of them are simply changing it from Orange County to Durham. Some of those are trying to track the manner in which your policy and regs are done compared to how Orange does some of theirs. But those are the only changes noted in the version that I sent to you. There are a couple of other small changes I would propose, but after I read it more thoroughly, but it may make sense to just start with what you asked me to do, which is what I sent you.
Board members, do we have any feedback for Rod on what we have? And then we could also hear those changes. Mr. Sears?
Yeah, I did want to point out that it's not explicitly put on our agenda, but I'm hoping that perhaps after the policy discussion is finalized, we could take a point of privilege to talk about the draft training plan, just to see if there's any feedback on that and make that available to the public.
Any questions, discussion, board members? A motion, Ms. Byer?
So, Mr. Malone, I appreciate your work on this, and wanted to thank you. It's obviously been reviewed by Tharrington Smith prior in a different district. I would be most interested in making sure that we label it and call it policy. And I don't know, I just wanted to clarify from you why you use the word guidelines rather than policy. And I also look to kind of our race equity policy. It has a policy number, it lives in the policy manual. And is there a way to do that with some edits tonight?
So this would be in your policy manual. As I've presented it to you, it would appear 3 different times in your policy manual. It would appear behind policy 1710, which is one of your harassment policies. It would appear behind policy 4021, and it would appear behind policy 7230. So it would actually be in your policy manual 3 times. Your policy manual currently has many regulations that are attached to policies. The regulations kind of implement the policy. So you've got your strong policy statement in 1710. And then this reg is kind of how you go about implementing it. It's more of the direction to staff about how to implement your policy statement. So it would definitely be in your policy manual as I have provided it here, which was my understanding from the last meeting. It would appear in 3 different places in the manual. If you were to go into the policy manual and search for transgender or victimization or any of these words that are in this policy, they would show up. This reg would show up just like any of your other policies. So it would be there. It's just, this is really technically not a policy. It's more of how you're going to go about implementing the policy. And it would be very similar to the other regs that you've got within your manual. So like if you were to open your policy manual, go to the 3000 section is a good one as any, and you'll see you've got various regulations, in that section currently.
So how is it different from our equity policy, which has a number and lives as policy? That's what I can't remember its number, 1910, anybody know? 1900, thank you. Same, different, that's what I'm really trying to understand. And I think others have had confusion. I know I continue to have confusion when you go policy guideline. Like, have you had a chance to review that one, Mr. Malone? To me, they need the same weight and level. That's what I'm hoping.
I'll be honest, if you feel that you want to call it a policy, that's perfectly fine. I defer to your judgment. I'm just telling you that it's more of a reg than a policy, but if you feel that it's more important to call it a policy, there are probably other policies that aren't really policy anyway, in the sense of the way that the School Board Association's manual is structured. So if your preference is to call it policy, then you can give it a number, but as it is being proposed, it would appear 3 different times in your policy manual. It will be attached to those 3 policies. And if you wanted to, Ms. Giovanni and I were talking earlier, if you wanted to change it, the name of it, and maybe call it board adopted regs, you could do that. If you wanted to add language to it to say that, that the regs can't be changed without board approval, you could certainly do that. But if you just feel like it's important to call it policy, then that's certainly fine too. It's really up to you to decide how you want to proceed. I just don't view it as a policy, but that's just me, so.
Mr. Malone, how is it categorized in the Orange County policy manual?
This is exactly if you go into the Orange County's policy manual and search, this is it. It's a reg.
It's called a regulation.
It's called a regulation, and it's attached to those 3 policies. Well, it's the same policy in 3 different places, but it's attached in 3 different locations within the policy manual. It's a reg, and that's how they've got it set up. Again, it's in your policy, and some of it's semantics, and which is why I've decided that if you really want to call it a policy, it's not worth, I don't think it's worth, making that big a deal about it at the end of the day, and if that's how you want to proceed. But it is a reg.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Ms. Rogers?
Thanks for your work on this and for bringing this to us. I appreciate it. I'm going to weigh in and say I think we should push forward and make it a policy, because we may not always have an administration that's as welcoming and understanding as the current administration. And we need this to be in policy so that the guidelines can't be modified in the future without board ratification.
And again, I think you could address that by making it a board adopted regulation and putting in the reg that it can't be changed without board approval. That could be easily done.
Is that something that the board would be interested in, making that addition? That these are board adopted regulations and need board approval for change?
I'd be more interested in just calling it policy if Mr. Malone says it's policy. What I hear him saying is this is different than standard cookie cutter language that North Carolina school boards brings, it's the function. I'm trying to interpret your attorney speak.
Okay.
I think it's because it's more of the how that you see it more as guidelines, regulations, rather than the overarching.
Correct. Like a policy
Which is-
statement would be, we're not gonna bully kids, we're not gonna have harassment against kids, okay? And then how the schools implement your direction would be in the regs. And that's how the policy manuals are typically set up. So the policy statement is what you've already made. This is what you're telling staff how to implement some of those things, or what the superintendent would be telling staff how to implement those things. So, but again, it's not, there are probably other examples in your policy manual where it's not simply a policy, such that if it's something that you feel compelled to do, then that's your prerogative as the board. I'm just saying that it is more of a reg, it would appear in your policy manual. You could say that it can't be changed without board approval. You could make it a board adopted regulation so that it's a little clearer that this is not something that the superintendent implemented. And I think you would be accomplishing all of what you're seeking to do. But at that point, I mean, we're so close that it's however you want to proceed.
Mr. Miller, can I ask you a question? I'll go to Ms. Lewis. So, board policy always needs to be approved by the board, right? Is that
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
Ms. Lewis.
I definitely hear what you're saying as far as policy and regulation. Thank you for the clarification for that. And whether it's guidelines, policy, regulation, there has to be measures of accountability. My question is regarding policy. The reason policy is very broad is so that when there are certain regulations happening, you're not in violation of your policy if you're not implementing them to the T. Like people say, we're gonna have a meeting every Wednesday, but don't meet that Wednesday. You gotta either go in and change the policy. It just trips you up more if there's more regulations in the policy.
So
Go ahead.
I think that here's what I would say to you. Whether you call this a policy or a reg, it has the same enforceability, the same applicability across the district. You're in the same level of violation regardless of what you call it. Okay, it's the same. So you're not making it more enforceable. You're not making it apply anymore by calling it a policy. It will have the same applicability across the district either way. It's just that the structure of it and what it's doing is more of a regulation than it is a policy. But once it's in your manual, which it would be, really the version that exists now that's not in your manual still has the same weight of this is what the board has described and this is what the superintendent has described as the rules.
Yeah.
So those rules apply now. They're out there right now. But this, whether you call it a reg or a policy, it's still the board's expectation that everybody follow it. And if they don't, then they would be in violation of what the board has established as the rules.
That was the crux of my question as well. Just what does the accountability look like? So yeah, I'm supportive of calling it a policy, even though our attorney says it's a regulation and where there's language we can use as a regulation. But what I hear more than anything, it's important to our community to hear it as a policy and that we all understand that. So I don't want us to go back and forth. I'm just want to say I'm supportive to calling it a policy and ready to make a motion. All right.
Are you gonna make a motion, Ms.
Well, I was
Lewis?
gonna make a
or-
motion, but I want to make sure I want to leave the door open. so
We have an
I wait.
opportunity for discussion as well. We do have an opportunity for discussion, so I'll pass it over to Ms. Chavez.
I had a couple of comments on the content. I also support making it a policy, given our community's calling for that, and that it sounds like it's mainly semantic, whether it would be a regulation or a policy. And it does seem consistent with the racial and educational equity policy that we have. But my comments on content are one on page 10. Well, I want to put something around curriculum. And this is something that we had talked about adding. There's nothing on there on page 10 currently, but we had talked about adding something on curriculum to the guidelines before and strengthening them that way. So in any case, I want to add that in here. And I want to thank members of our community and I'm going to try to say your last name, Sakawi Hemstreet and Rainbow Collective. I know your name, but for Change and the LGBTQ Center of Durham and the Campaign for Southern Equality all made comments on this earlier and gave input. And so there's a paragraph that they wrote, which I think is succinct and covers things on curriculum. And it would give explicit direction on inclusive curriculum, which to me is an important part of this whole initiative and effort. And so I can read that paragraph or Yeah, I'll read it out loud.
If you can read it out loud, but then also maybe send it to Ms. Smith so she can put it up on our screen. I always want to make sure everyone has an opportunity in the public to see what we're presenting.
Great. Okay, sending quickly. So the paragraph reads, there'd be the heading would be curriculum development, selection of instructional materials. The board is committed to allowing administrators at individual schools to develop and implement plans necessary to ensure the educational success of their students. The board believes that each student be given / not be denied the opportunity to foster respect and appreciation for cultural and ideological diversity and differences, including an age-appropriate understanding of gender expression, gender identity, and sexual orientation, in the long-term interest of the DPS learning community to maintain a safe and supportive school environment for all students and staff. The board recognizes that inclusion of age-appropriate LGBTQ+ inclusive supplementary materials will nurture the cultural well-being of all students, and it references DPS policy 3000, 3100, and 3200. We can comment on that. I have other comments on content, but I don't know if we want to talk about that first.
Mr. Malone, I think Ms. Chavez emailed that to you as well in case that's helpful for you to.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Did you share with all of us? I'd like to see it. If you could share really quickly, please.
I'll email it
Ms.
to
Chavez,
everyone
yeah, if
right
you
now.
can email it to the full board, that would be helpful.
Yes.
And you can go ahead through your other comments and then if other board members have questions, we'll circle back.
All right, I just sent that to you all. And then another item was on page 11 about the professional development. There was,
I'm sorry, Ms. Chavez, there's 2 packets with different numbers.
yeah,
So if you could give us the heading of where you are, that might help us out. Thank you.
I have too many different things open, so hold on. All right. Okay. Heading, is that? That's an older version. You want to come back to me while I find this?
We can, Mr. Sears.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I have a quick edit. Good luck trying to have everyone. I'm in the public packet, page 70. In the notification section. The second sentence starts with developed collaboratively with community groups and other school districts. This policy is ... I was going to recommend that we remove all the words developed collaboratively with community groups and other districts. This policy is. No, not this policy is. Leave that in there. But the developed collaboratively segment. And then start with this policy is based on current data. It's a small edit. I think the collaborative part is coming in the task force. And so when we. Okay. That's my thought.
Ms. Valladares.
I am very proud of this board for unanimously supporting policy that gives visibility to all our families and our students. on that piece of collaboration, I mean, we have been engaged going back from the beginning of the year. And we've gotten the engagement of many different organizations, of meetings even with elected officials and parents and families. And so that piece of collaboratively has, to me, it's very important because this is policy that the groups that Ms. Chavez mentioned. Ms. Chavez, I want to go back to you because I know you weren't done. And you were mentioning all the different groups that were involved in providing edits to us, and we've had this document from early on. And so it is collaboratively, and board members here and also community groups and everybody has come together and we've had these drafts. So I actually don't see any reason to scratch that. But I'll go, if I can go to Ms. Travis. Are you ready? Yeah. Ms. Travis.
Let's see here. So it's actually on page 10. I wanted to comment on the professional development section. It says what's bolded is A, professional development. And in the guidelines that we actually have, it's actually more specific about frequency of training. And so I wanted to suggest that we take from the guidelines and put that into something about that into this section. Let's see here. So in the guidelines, it says in alignment with this board directive, Durham Public Schools Office of Student Support Services, Human Resources Department, and the Office of Equity Affairs will create an initial training for school-based staff to familiarize them with the DPS gender support guidance, as well as an annual training. The annual training may be paired with school planning and can be led by school-based representatives. Is there something we might put in here about an annual training or something along those lines as is in the guidelines currently?
Can I just throw out a thought for you to consider?
Yeah.
There's nothing that would really prevent you from adopting it, relatively speaking, as is tonight. Having board members present kind of a track changes version for you to consider at the next meeting. And then if you wanted to make changes at the next meeting, do that. I mean, that way you're not kind of piecemealing, reading proposed changes that people can't really see and digest. And because I think you're otherwise going to end up making it really hard for Tanya to figure out what gets posted tomorrow. And you can make the point of, we are serious about this. You get something on the website. And then, again, you can come back at the next meeting and have, a version that people can see and have time to review and think about. I would throw that out. And then the only other thing is that I would go to Mr. Sears's proposed change. As the lawyer, especially if we're calling this a policy, I'm not a huge fan of having language in here that would suggest that this policy was developed by this board collaboratively with community groups and other school districts, when we know that you basically are grabbing it from Orange and changing the names and saying we're adopting it today. And, I think that it's okay if you have collaboration over with the task force, et cetera, then you can add that kind of language in to a later version of the policy. But I do agree with him that you did not really do these things from what I've seen. So in the development of this version of the policy. So I would encourage you not to have that particular language in this version.
We have a proposal of kind of adopting what we have here and then having the opportunity to do another, I guess, not another reading, but to make edits and changes in our next meeting. So And that we could adopt it, striking that comment or that phrase of the sentence in there. Ms. Chavez. Oh,
And just
sorry.
like with any policy, I mean, you could change it every meeting for the next 5 meetings until you got it right. But I mean, that's the great thing about the way this process can work. So I mean, you shouldn't feel like you're not going to be able to change it, or if you miss it at the next meeting. I mean, you can change any policy anytime, with a majority vote of the board. So.
Ms. Chavez.
I feel fine about that. That's great. I understand the complication of doing little edits all throughout. The only thing I would push for is adding that paragraph on curriculum. I would ask that we adopt that today and put that in there. And that's the hill I'm gonna die on today.
I am just a little concerned about adding that paragraph without having it in our materials, so other folks could have an opportunity to see it, so our community hasn't had a chance to review and respond. That's the only concern I would have, since it's a policy adoption. We try to have that available for the community. Ms. Byer.
Yeah, I really appreciate everyone thoughts and collective vision. I want to be clear to the folks that have come to join us for the first time on this issue that we have been working on this for months, and we welcome you and all opinions and voices. Our students are already protected in policy, already protected by similar guidelines that you can find on our website. This vote tonight, I think, strengthens and makes explicit this board's ongoing protection and best practices. I would just be interested in renaming it as LGBTQ and gender support policy. And then anytime y'all come to any edits that we need, I stand ready to support it. Thank you for all the work on this board.
If
Mr. Malone.
So one other thing, if that would be useful in a motion, would be a name for the policy and a policy number. I know Ms. Giovanni's been looking at some numbers that she may want to propose that you consider.
I went through and proposed 1735/4035/7235. Because they kind of track each other. And then when we go into the 4,000s, there's already like a 40/25, and just to kind of track them along. And then it kind of aligns also with kind of a similar policy, like with the non-discrimination based on disabilities. So that would be my proposal. And thank you. If y'all can give us a name, that would be helpful. Because the only thing I have right now is LGBTQ+ and gender supports. So.
You said 1735, 4035, and 7325. No, did I get something wrong?
Yeah, 7235. Yeah, so as
35,
Mr.
so,
Malone indicated, like it's, a triple code policy, so you have to, so that would be 1735, 4035, 7235. And none of those numbers are already taken, and it kind of tracks with the others. That's our proposal. And obviously, like Mr. Malone said, if it turns out that it doesn't work, y'all can change it. Right, okay, thank you.
I move approval of this policy as the LGBTQ+ and gender support policy. As policy 1735, 4035, 7235. With the addition of that paragraph on curriculum.
Second.
Would you include Mr. Sears' edit that strikes the?
Yes,
collaborative
with Mr. Sears' edit that strikes the line on collaboration.
Second.
It's moved and properly second. Any other discussion? Ms. Lewis.
Yep, so I'm looking at the curriculum development now, Ms. Chavez. I do have a question for the administration regarding the development and implement plan necessary. And does this curriculum development piece here impact the curriculum we already are using? Will we need to be reassessing that curriculum? What is their impact of this statement to the curriculum we already have?
Ms. Lewis, can you read the lines that you're referencing?
The very first one, it says,
Just so that people who are watching and things online can know. what
the
we're
board is committed to allowing administrators at individual schools to develop and implement plans necessary to ensure the educational success. So implement plans necessary and ensure the educational success. One second. So I'm just wondering with the selection of instructional materials, if there will be any, and I didn't look at the other policy, 3,000, 3,100, and 3,200. What does that mean in regards to the curriculum we already have? Is there a competing curriculum? I just want to get clarity about that. If you know, Ms. Chavez, what is the spirit of this portion? And is it in violation of, would it cause more work for the curriculum we already have? Review or things of that nature?
I can respond from my point of view, but also, I heard that as a question for the administration as well. I see this paragraph as being consistent with the equity policy and our efforts for students to see themselves in the curriculum and not to severely change the curriculum or certainly interrupt the standards that are taught, but to allow for the inclusion of LGBTQ plus developmentally appropriate materials in schools that validate LGBTQ plus identities, families, and allow students to just feel embraced. Just the same way that we want to have more materials that include students of different racial identities, national backgrounds, language, home languages, etc.
Ms. Lewis, did you have anything to respond with that?
No, that is very helpful, that explanation. I just would like a little time to look at the policy real quick. I'm trying to pull up the policy that's referenced below it.
Dr. Mbenga, did you have a comment?
Yes, I just want to make a comment, and I'm going to toss it back to Dr. Hardy. We have a curriculum in place. So just want to a clarifying question about the rotation of the curriculum. Do we need to be able to seek additional materials based on the curriculum that we have? Or is something that's when we do a rotation of ELA, social studies, and that's the time that we need to be able to consider those items as we're including in our curriculum. So that's a clarifying question to you. Then I'll let also Dr. Hardy jump in.
I don't have anything additional to add. I was not able to see the full language. I know it was sent to Ms. Smith. And I know we were going to add it, consideration of adding that to the policy.
I would like to, and I appreciate you bringing this, Ms. Chavez. I would like to give the administration time to review it, understand what it means, so they'd be ready for implementation. And then again, trying to make sure that we have an opportunity for our public to see and respond. I think that's just an important part of governance, to make sure we have an opportunity for folks to do that. So I know your motion included that, but would love if we could look at it when we return for our next meeting in January, so the administration has an opportunity to review and understand how it fits with the other policies that we have. Mr. Sears has a comment.
I think I need a minute to frame it.
Ms. Valladares.
I'd like to amend the title, so LGBTQIA plus and gender supports.
We've got a motion on the floor. It's been moved and seconded. We want to make changes, Ms. Chavez, we need to vote on this motion, then we make a new motion.
Well, her motion, I would take it as a motion to amend the title of the policy to be acts. If there's a second for that, then you can see if there's, then you would change the title, then you would vote on the overall policy.
All right.
I would also, because we had a lot of public input this evening, and and I just scanned, if the acronym is not spelled out anywhere, I would recommend that we do that, especially if we're going to add 2 more letters, which I would support, that we allow the administration to insert that as early as possible into the policy. Would you
Well,
be open to that, Ms.
It would need
Chavez?
to come back.
Come to the microphone, Ms. Malone.
I mean, I don't think we can just have, it would not be normal policy development for the board to just say to the administration that they can just go and insert something into the policy.
Okay. Can we
But I
amend?
think you could,
I can be specific. Can we amend the motion to the first time we use that acronym, that we designate what the acronym stands for in the policy?
I think that would work.
Thank you. Would you accept that amendment, Ms. Chavez?
Yes. That's a great idea.
For an exception of Mr. Sears' amendment, Ms. Fagudara's amendment as
Yeah.
well?
Yes.
Okay. So your new motion is to pass your motion. Can you restate your motion, Ms. Chavez?
Yes. So I am moving approval of the LGBTQ IA plus and gender support policy, which will be policy 1735, 4035, and 7235. And with the taking out the statement on collaboration, naming the what LGBTQIA plus stands for. Leave it at that for now.
All right, so Ms. Chavez has put a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Been moved and properly second. Any other discussion? Sorry, Mr. Sears and then Ms. Lewis.
Yeah, briefly, I just want to encourage both the administration and my colleagues that if around the paragraph that Ms. Chavez added, if there's anything urgent in the community, that we do what we normally do and communicate that directly with the administration. The reason I'm raising this is that word allowing leaves a lot of wiggle room, and we don't often direct the administration. So I think the paragraph in general is kind of hit or miss. I'm willing to go with it. But policies are going to live for a long time and are going to be informed by the task force, et cetera. So yeah, I just felt like I had to say that. Thank you.
Ms. Lewis?
I just heard the restatement of the motion, but I was not sure if you still included the paragraph for the curriculum in light of what Chair Umstead was sharing as far as having some time for the administration to look at that and maybe coming back to it in January.
I took it out and we can come back to it in January. I do think it's important, and I think the question that you asked, Dr. Mubenga, is important, and we should have time to discuss and for everyone to look at it.
Thank you, I'm clear.
So it's been moved by Ms. Chavez, seconded by Ms. Rogers. Is there any other discussion? Do want to say thank you to all of the community members who came out tonight. Thank you to the students and the student voices that came via their teachers and other representatives. It's important for us to hear from you all and really appreciate your advocacy on this. So with that, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign, and it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Madam Chair, sorry, Madam Chair, just can I get some clarity just to make?
Yes,
so-
ma'am.
So we're gonna post it online with those changes that have been approved in the motion, but when it comes back in January is when you want administration and Mr. Malone to come back with kind of some proposed language to the board for
Proposed-
action or for discussion in January.
Proposed language to the board. Could we do it for a first reading
Okay.
in January? And there's a couple of different things here around professional development,
That's what.
curriculum, and then some language around this. So
So what I understood different than what she understood, would be that the board members would be proposing these. I mean, I don't know, we don't know what you're thinking. So, I mean, my thought was that you would now have this time to draft your proposed changes and to bring those proposed changes to the board for review in January, not that we were drafting anything. That was how I understood what we were doing.
That's why I asked for clarity, because I misunderstood that then. I thought y'all wanted me to look at adding in the training language, because we didn't talk about that. Y'all added that. And so that's why we needed clarity. So thank you.
I mean, if there are specific things, then let's be clear. I didn't, because I thought that the board was going to generally now review the policy in more detail and bring whatever proposed changes to the board. The board would bring changes to the board for review and consideration. Now, I mean, if there's stuff that you want to send to us to review with some language, you know, make sure this looks like policy language or whatever. I mean, that would make sense, but I thought that we would get emails from you saying, what about this? Can you help us with that? Not that we would be doing anything until we heard from you about your thoughts on that.
That makes sense. I think I was asking for you, because I want to make sure that what we bring also has been reviewed by the administration with some time. So if we brought something to the meeting without that opportunity for you all to review, that would be my concern. But with this direction, if board members, you all can send something before the holiday break, winter holiday starts, that should give administration some time. I'm looking at y'all's faces because I don't have the calendar in my head to review before we have our January meeting. And then is that Phil? Okay, Ms. Giovanni, that clarity. Board members need to send proposed changes and ideas to Ms. Giovanni, Mr. Malone, Dr. Mavinga before the holiday breaks ends on what day? December 20th. All right. Second clarifying question, we passed this. We normally do 2 readings on policy. So do we need to have a motion to have this waive the second reading?
Yes.
I would make a motion to waive second reading of this policy.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Valladares. Any other discussion?
So when we vote this through right now, this becomes policy tomorrow, tonight. Wonderful.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. All right, any other clarifying questions? Okay.
We
All
were
right.
gonna have an update on a draft training.
Yes,
that
we,
y'all- Yeah.
we do. I'll pass this over to Ms. Chavez. We also have copies of this that are available outside if other folks want to see it. And we'll also put it up on the screen.
Okay. Well, Ms. Giovanni and I have been working on drafting an outline for this training that we agreed to hold for the board and for upper administration. And this is a kind of condensed version of what we're thinking about, and we'd like feedback from the board to see how this sounds. This would be a 3-part sort of set of trainings, with the first one being about a half-day training on the landscape for LGBTQIA+ youth. And we would bring in a professional, probably a scholar who has done work and research around LGBTQ+ youth, specifically youth of color, who can talk about best practices and who also ideally is familiar with the Durham area and our context, our local context. The second one, as you can see, would be a more legal focused training. And we already have someone pretty much lined up for that. And that will give us sort of a sense of legal parameters, major cases, things of that nature, that will help guide us in our decisions around policy and shaping inclusion for LGBTQ+ youth. And then thirdly, a training with a national organization who can talk about best practices on a national level. We looked at a lot of different organizations Gender Spectrum and the Trevor Project were ones that stood out as having applicable trainings for educational settings. And we would talk with them more if we went through with this and make sure they could kind of give us a training that was applicable to our to a board level and a district level. So we'd love your thoughts. And Ms. Giovanni, do you want to add anything? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. I just also remind folks, the board made some commitments earlier in one of our discussions on this topic to work on strengthening our guidelines, which now our policy, to have training for all of our staff, board members participating in that, as well as a third commitment to convening a task force to help support us as we're implementing our work and thinking about strengthening our policy guidelines. So those were kind of the commitments that the board made, and I just want to acknowledge the progress that we're making on that. So thank you, Ms. Chavez, Ms. Giovanni, for working on this plan together. Are there any questions or concerns, comments? Ms. Byer?
I just want to express deep appreciation for Ms. Chavez and also Ms. Giovanni for working on a brilliant plan. It looks really well thought out. It looks really comprehensive and a great starting place for this level of work. I'm wondering if we see this potentially being open to principals either now or in the future, and also to the task force themselves to join in on this training. Those were some of the things that came to my mind as I looked at this.
I would appreciate that. I think I would love the task force to have some of the similar training. So we're using similar language as we're discussing topics. It's important for people to start out with shared language. Ms. Lewis?
Since this is a training for the board members, would it have to be public?
No.
So in it being public, then in essence, others could see the training.
Looking to Mr. Malone, our attorney. here.
Oh, yeah, no, it definitely would be public. This will be a public meeting for sure, yes.
It would be a public meeting. I'm good.
Mr. Malone, is that also with 4 board members being invited? It's a public meeting? Because typically trainings are not public. Is that correct?
I'm trying to decide how to answer. If the board is convening for board business, then and you have more than 4 members, then it's a board meeting and it should be noticed as such. It may very well have been that didn't happen every single time, but that's what should be happening, yes.
Understand. And I asked the question just in that if we feel we need to have it, that it's not an open meeting, I might ask us board members that we figure out a rotation or a schedule so that we can allow our staff to participate in that professional learning. Mr.
I think
Sears?
that's a good idea, but also I think there are ways to structure this that we don't necessarily have to discuss tonight, where we can do our very best to have the space be both open to the public via a meeting, for instance, broadcasting. And when you go to the county commissioners, you might, or even here, you might have to sit in the hallway. You may not be in the room. I'm not confident we have to have public comment at every meeting. So I think there are ways to get this done in a way where we can all be present. And that's part of the thing I'm most excited about in the training plan is having us all at the table. And I would encourage us to fight for that in every way we can, also respecting the fact that this needs to be safe and considerate, and trying to keep an eye on that.
This is for information for moving forward, or do we?
So I think this was just added as an information
I know,
piece for
right.
the task force, and Ms. Chavez and I are still working on, we're gonna take some of the feedback we get from the board and meet again, and then bring it as a presentation, I think, to share it with the public and let everyone know what the training is going to look like and maybe share some of the things that the chair and vice chair were mentioning, like what that meeting structure would look like, et cetera, with consultation with the board attorney as well.
That sounds good. So I was looking at you, Ms. Giovanni, and we put this item on the agenda, so I apologize for that. So thank you all I was like, we added this, not you. I apologize. Thank you all for working on this. We'll continue to keep you all updated as we move forward. Mr. Sears?
I would say with the fact that we have a date in mind and nothing, we're not voting to set that date, but April 30th. Do we have general head nod consensus that this is a direction we want to go, so that if Ms. Chavez wants to move towards working with the administration on setting some dates, getting all of the people we want at this around a table, 3 times is ambitious, I think, given where we are in the year. So if we can start to go ahead and block those calendars, so everybody can make their vacation plans for other weeks, if possible. There will be no perfect though, but thank you.
Nope. Appreciate that. Thank you all. Looking forward to moving forward with that. I'm gonna move us to the next item on our agenda. Chief of Staff Policy 6220, Operation of School Nutrition Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, board members, Dr. Babanga, colleagues, and stakeholders. If you could please pull up the PowerPoint, and I'm gonna ask Mr. Palmer and Dr. Thayer to be on call to answer any questions, and we're gonna go through the PowerPoint and then they'll be prepared to answer. Well, I will as well, but all of us will be prepared to answer any questions that the board may have. Next slide, please. So initially, there was a change in the law, and the policy 6220 was going to have to be changed based on that change in the law regarding indirect costs. So that was initially when we met with the subcommittee, that was where the conversation initially began. And then it was shared that based on some pending regulations coming from the Biden administration and regarding the child nutrition program from Mr. Palmer's team, we then pulled that back and didn't bring it, and then worked with them and collaboratively came up with this policy. So the PowerPoint's fairly short, so I'm happy to just kind of go through those, and then any questions, most likely Mr. Palmer and Dr. Thayer will be able to answer, and or of course, Mr. Lejour regarding any indirect cost questions. So the first thing is that we had to increase the amount that our operating balance in order to assess indirect costs. And if you look at the prices, that does come with a price tag of approximately $1 million, because we won't be able to assess those indirect costs under a certain amount. Next slide, please. When we met with the subcommittee, there was already an existing operation of school nutrition services policy. So this is an update and an amendment. So the original language or existing language, the current language is listed that there would not be any discrimination based on race, sex, color, national origin, disability, or age. The subcommittee members recommended that we track the language from our other anti-discrimination policies. And so I highlighted the ones that weren't included previously. And so that would be our recommendation, that none of those areas would be areas for discrimination. Next slide, please. There was also, I believe maybe in 2020, when the first time we started looking at this policy, and don't hold me to 2020, but it was pre-COVID, I do remember that. One of the conversations was the board wanted kind of some aspirational language added in regarding kind of the way that the Durham board felt around the school lunch program and meals being provided to students. So I did cross out the breakfast indication, because we do have universal breakfast in Durham, and that was not crossed out when we met with the subcommittee. So I want to make that clear for the subcommittee as well. Next slide, please. The new policy provides clearer mandates on addressing failure or inability to pay to principals, so that it is clear that in Durham, if a student doesn't have the money for some reason, that they will be provided a reimbursable meal. And a lot of times people, and I would defer to additional details on what that looks like to Mr. Palmer's team. So that is something that Durham has been, this board in the past has always been fairly clear about, but we wanted to kind of codify that into the policy so that it was clear. Next, we wanted, the recommendation from administration is that principals go to contact parents and guardians and not students. So just another, kind of debt shaming, which is kind of is a concern around the country, right? That students are kind of pulled out. So we were making sure principals understand that any meal debt should be addressed to the adults and not to students. And Dr. Thayer can speak on this. What she shared with me is that the pending regulations from the Biden administration indicate that school systems can no longer use third-party debt collection. So Durham Public Schools does not use third-party debt collection, but it does make sure that that is clear to our child nutrition program and our administration and our principals that no one should be calling and, hiring anyone to as a third-party debt collector. It doesn't mean that we can't still make some efforts to follow up and collect the meal debt, but just not third-party. And next slide, please. And this one is going to require some additional conversation, but when the subcommittee met with administration, instead of going out and saying like, you can contact social services and do all of these other things if there's bad meal debt, what the recommendation from Child Nutrition Services is that principals, because they know their families and their schools, should determine the next course of action. What we did say and what we are working on, Dr. Thayer and Mr. Palmer's in collaboration with Dr. Hardy and maybe another person, I'm not sure. I know Dr. Hardy is involved, is what that course of action looks like. So the principals can have a menu of what their options are so that we're not just waiving necessarily, debt that could be collected, but we're making sure we're not shaming children and et cetera, and that we're providing supports to families that may not know that they qualify for free and reduced lunch. So there's going to be a litany of those things, but that would be in a regulation or a procedure to come after on Dr. Hardy's recommendation, consultation with principals as well. So it wouldn't just come from Child Nutrition Services. It's going to be a collaborative effort. And next slide, please. And at this time, I would ask Mr. Palmer and Dr. Thayer to be ready to answer any questions and Mr. LaSure as well, and Dr. Hardy and myself. Thank you.
Ms. Chavez.
I had a question about if a parent applies for a free and reduced lunch and they have a balance, will those unpaid meals be taken care of retroactively? I know that there's in the language that you just commented on said.
Ask Mr. Palmer to step up to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. And we do have our entire school nutrition leadership team here tonight. I am going to pass it over to Director James Keaton. Mr. Keaton?
Thank you. That's a wonderful question because that is happening right now. Whenever a family is identified as free or reduced, we are allowed to go back to the date that they put on the application. So if the parent dates the application from August and we don't receive it until April, we can retroactively not refund, but we can reprocess those meals to receive the proper federal reimbursement. And that came out of a situation that happened several years ago where a teacher had the applications in her desk all school year and never turned them into child nutrition. So we were given guidance that we can do that process. So yes, that does happen on a regular basis. Thank you.
Other questions? Ms. Valladares and Ms. Rogers.
Y'all know that, well, this is one of my favorite teams because when it comes to student success, we know that our kids need to be nourished and they need to be ready to learn. And so I'm very, very, very grateful for the work and for the sensitivity that we have in terms of understanding that, there are community members who struggle. Durham is changing really quickly and very fast. And so we just want to be able to applaud you for this work, for the intentionality behind the policy and the way that that you're writing, and the ways that we are committed to not being debt collectors, in a very aggressive way. This is definitely in alignment with just a school system that really understands its community and the students. I do have a question, just in terms of ways that the information can be more available. I've heard stories, many stories, but in one particular case, the parent didn't know how much a lunch meal was, and it's something that I know what, like we look at the we can look at online and we can figure it out, but there are families, and this is what really hurts me and hurts my heart, that they were told by the person who's caregiver that they had to pay $14 for lunch meal, and this is a family that is vulnerable, struggling, and so I'm just wondering, as much information as we can always put out there, so that there isn't any discrepancy about what the price is, and families are having to like rely on somebody else, maybe a middle person, a caregiver, to do that. And those from Foro de Padres who were tonight know about this story, because this is something that we definitely continue to hear about some concerns with this. So just ways that information can be out there, and definitely I'm so grateful that we have a form, that we use for the free and reduced lunch, because I continue to share those links over and over and over, and the fact that they are available to switch into Spanish. So kudos on that. I don't know if I should give you all the kudos, or if that's probably state, right? That's a state. Okay, I'll give the state kudos, but I also give you all kudos to continue to figure out ways that we can ensure that every family has the information they need, because food is essential. It's one of the basic needs that we have. And so as much information as we can have out there, so that no child is deprived of necessary nourishment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers.
Yeah, my question is for Mr. Lussier. Because the reason we're visiting this policy is because we have to change the mandated amendments relative to the indirect costs, right? What's the deadline for us to do that by? Do we have a deadline?
In regards to charging them indirect costs,
No, and to
change policy.
changing the policy to make sure that we have the expense that they're requesting in the new statute.
I don't know that, I mean, you're updating your policy, so this would be the time to do it, to put the 2 months that they say you have to have as an operating balance to charge indirect costs. We haven't been able to charge it for school year 21 or 22. And from that standpoint, we just have to follow the legislative policy and not charge the indirect cost when we have less than 2 months operating balance.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Ms. Spire?
So I just want to clarify, Ms. Giovanni, this is here for actual action tonight. I think the précis says information, at least. Yeah,
This is first reading.
first reading.
Yes.
And would you be amenable if we were able to waive second reading, since?
I'm going to defer to as the board attorney.
Right.
But I believe he said the last time that if the board, y'all file a motion to waive your policy and for second reading, you're good.
I just want to extend such gratitude to our child nutrition services and their leadership that is visionary and equity focused. These are issues that we've been working on a long time in Durham to try to move towards a more equitable model. We know that actually universal meals for children paid for during the pandemic made a difference in families' lives. And so that still is best policy, whether it comes from the federal or the state level. And I think this board will continue to advocate for that. But also knowing that on the précis, y'all have told us this may cost us, we don't know yet, because this is our first year post-pandemic really with this trying to qualify folks and everything. This may cost us $1 million. We may need to be aware of that going into budget cycle with our commissioners. I believe it is something that in our last joint meeting, we had great enthusiasm about food, and some of you were here for that and some of you weren't, but it's definitely something that I feel like our community will support if needed with local money. So I didn't want to talk about it forever, but I do want to just appreciate y'all's work on this as a fundamental equity issue. And anytime that a motion is ready, I'm ready to make it.
Is there any other questions? Ms. Chavez?
I have one other question about the courses of action that might be taken if a parent does not pay. I was just wondering what those might be, given that we're trying not to trying in every way to allow the family to access benefits that they qualify for. Speak to that.
I know we've been working with our CFO for the past few years, where our average pretty much we have to chip in around $250,000 for unpaid balance. So with this policy, as Ms. Bayer said, there are going to be implications as well. And that's something that we just need to keep in mind as we're doing our budget, going to commissioners. And if we don't get those funds, and I think our fund balance will be the place that will be going.
Thank you.
Do have a couple of questions. For when it comes to the reimbursable meals that we give students, can you all speak a little bit to what those look like? And I asked that question because I've heard in some places that students get different meals when they didn't bring their money. And I don't think we do that. So I just wanted to get a sense of what that looks like.
Right. Several years ago, the board determined that they did not want the children to have a differentiated meal. So it's sort of been an unwritten policy that we just feed the children and we let the balances be what they are. And that's why we're trying to solidify that in this project. A reimbursable meal for breakfast, it has to be a 2 ounces grain product, a half cup of fruit, a second half cup of fruit, and a milk. And then for lunch, it has to be 8 ounce milk, 2 ounces of meat, 2 ounces of grain, a half cup of fruit, and a half cup of vegetable for elementary and middle. And then high schools have to be offered a full cup of fruit and a full cup of vegetable. So that would be the reimbursable meal. And we are reimbursed for every student we serve, regardless of their meal status. So even the paid children, we receive 41 cents for every paid student we serve from the government. So we're happy to at least receive that amount. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keaton. Your team has done really phenomenal work. I echo the appreciation of our colleagues and throughout the pandemic, and also continue again to do really great work. I think one question I have, and I could argue why we wouldn't do this too, is increasing the number of families that complete that application who might qualify. And if we universally also give applications to everyone to maybe try to get more families who are going to return that free and reduced lunch application as a way to make sure everyone is aware and has access to. We know that every single family won't qualify, but that at least would give the opportunity in people's hands and families can decide from there. So just a thought. I don't know if we do something similar to that already, but.
Sorry. Yes, we're required by law to send an application to every family in Durham County. So every family on the rolls at the post office receive an application at their home. We also have online applications available, and we have paper applications available at all the school sites. However, we were just informed that a community eligibility school, which we have 19, we are not allowed to give out applications at those schools because they're already receiving benefits. So applications should be available at any school online in English and Spanish and received at every home.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's helpful. Ms. Valladares.
Yeah, just to follow up. Well, first of all, commending again the work. This is very important to me, particularly, but to this board as well. The comment about the 19 schools that are community eligible schools that get so it's free breakfast and free lunch, essentially accessible lunch to everybody in that school. Is there anything because I actually want more information than what's tonight. And I know that you keep bringing these things to us, but I'm thinking in terms of like initiatives to kind of ensure that those schools that have meals for everyone, quality quantity is where I'm going. So in terms of like continuing to assess, like, you know, what does that look like across those 19 schools that pretty much have food accessible to everybody, that quality is not compromised in any way because of quantity? What are some of the things that we're looking to do?
So currently we have a set of standard menus for the entire district. So there are not separate menus for community eligible schools. We have the same menu for all elementary and middle schools. And then we have a same menu for high schools, with the exception of Performance Learning Center, because it's a satellite school that doesn't have the ability to serve all the same items. But we have the same menus regardless of eligibility status of the students.
And thank you so much for answering all the questions tonight. Appreciate y'all.
So I would move that we pass policy 6220, operation of school nutrition services, and waive second reading, unless you want me to do that as a separate motion, Mr. Malone, which you probably do.
I think it can be one motion. I did want to, normally when this comes up, everybody is looking to waive it, so it's not technically an issue, but I do want to just point out what the policy says so we can all be on the same page in the future. Your policy is 2450, and it effectively says the board can waive its own policies and any temporarily suspend or waive their policies at any time on a 2/3 vote. So I do want to point out that to waive the policy, you technically need a 2/3 vote. I knew the other one was going to be unanimous from the week before, so that was no big deal. This one probably will be also, but 4 meetings from now, I don't want to have somebody say, well, can we waive and not waive? And it's really close. So I just want to make sure we're all clear that it does take a 2/3 vote to actually waive your policies.
Thank you, Mr. Malone. Is that a motion, Ms. Byer? Can you restate it?
Yeah, I would move that we adopt policy 6220 and waive second reading.
A second.
Been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Valladares. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. Next item on our agenda, Operation Services, the Energy Conservation Program.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, Board of Education and Dr. Mabenga. I'm joined tonight by Mr. Frederick Davis and Mr. Aaron Hope, and we're going to provide an update of our district-wide energy management program. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Dr. Monk. Good evening, board members, superintendent. About a year and a half ago, administration brought a recommendation to enter into contract with third-party energy management program in SiteLogic. We came to you a year, probably around this time last year, with an update of the trajectory of where we want to go in terms of energy management and energy conservation program. I'm here today with Mr. Aaron Hope, who will in a second provide you an update on the things that we've been doing internally and externally. I did want to make a couple of comments that we've heard here today. As you are aware, we did negotiate through administration and direction of this board to start a energy sustainability fund in which projects such as the solar roof project at Lions Farm, as well as a sustainable alternative energy measures throughout the district where we can find ways to use alternative energy sources as some of our existing schools are currently in play. One of the things that you will see in this information is that in order for us to adequately use those alternative energy sources, we need to make sure that we reduce our current energy usage. Mr. Hope will tell you the things he is currently working on and provide an update as well as statistics on where we are here in the district. And so without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Hope to give you the Energy Conservation Program update. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. Good evening, Dr. Mbenga. Thank you for having me today. Thank you, Dr. Monk and Mr. Davis for inviting me here to give y'all an update about our energy conservation program. Next slide, please. So we wrapped up our first year of the program at the end of fiscal year 2022, and we are very happy to report that we together collaboratively saved the district $500,000 in energy savings. That is equal to, in terms of our energy usage, about 8% energy reduction. That is what we are equivalating to in terms of our carbon footprint, is a reduction of 7.4 million carbon CO2s and metric tons of carbon. To kind of break this down in, friendly terms that people can understand, we generally will provide some kind of equivalence to that. And looking at that, one of the things we could look at was like, okay, well, how many times if I plug in my phone in the wall would that be? And it came up to something crazy like 10 million. But one of the ones that we're going with tonight is acres of forest sequestered is about 4,000 acres of forest carbon offset. So the more we reduce our energy, the better we do for the environment, for our community. Next slide, please. And just to remind you all as well, our goal is to really kind of ramp down our energy usage slowly, so that it's not just a jolt on the system, on how we use our buildings. And so our goal is to hit 36 energy usage intensity, which is just a measurement. It's kind of like your gas mileage in the car. It tells you how well your buildings are doing on an annual basis. And so not including fiscal year 2020, 2021, because the district was impacted by virtual learning and the pandemic in terms of the buildings not being utilized the same way that they had traditionally been. We've decided to benchmark fiscal year 2019, and we want to see this slowly ramp down to where we hit our goal at fiscal year 2027, 2028. Next slide, please. All right, and so what all went into getting us to that $500,000 in savings? It really took a lot of inspections, me getting about 112 steps where we inspected 53 buildings, campuses in the district, working with teachers, working with principals, assistant principals to really begin to understand what are the status of our buildings, what do the buildings need, and how are they currently using energy. And so we're very, very proud of that work. And also the fact that this work was collaborative. Many teachers sent us photos of how they were beginning to shut down their classrooms. And I wanted to put that on display here during our breaks, so that we have plenty of opportunities for energy savings. And a lot of our teachers are taking advantage of that and answering the call that we're putting out, so that when folks go on break, that we really, really shut these rooms down and conserve energy. Next slide, please. And with that, this school year, we started, many of the teachers, the feedback that we got from teachers was like, hey, it's great to do this over the long breaks. What about every day? How about we do this every day? How about we get our students involved in this process? And so we just distributed just something simple, which was the big three. Close your blinds, turn your lights out, close your door on your way out. Each and every day, if you're going, out to specials or for lunch, things like that. And then again, at the end of the day. So this is a message that we're trying to get out, and a lot of teachers have responded very positively to this. Next slide, please. And then we're also going to try to standardize those longer shutdowns, those longer energy conservation opportunities. So by doing that, we're categorizing things in terms of how long are these breaks and what actions need to be taken at each one. And for example, the upcoming winter break, we're going to ask teachers to do the big three things: your blinds, your doors, your lights, and also unplug any of your personal appliances. And so they'll get some communication about that over the next week or two. And I will be out there to really kind of see how we're doing. Next slide. And so as I'm out there, during a teacher work day before the break, I'm probably going to run into a few folks shutting their classrooms down. This was captured last winter break, where I was able to surprise some teachers and say, hey, are you shutting down your classroom? Great, good for you. Here's just a token of our appreciation. They were completely surprised and taken aback by that, but I was able to kind of ask them to walk me through their process, and some of these responses actually went into us being able to kind of craft that those big three items. So getting good feedback from teachers, and also giving them some appreciation back for helping us kind of implement this kind of process change. Next slide, please. Coming soon up in hopefully during Earth Month, we hope to launch the Go Green Challenge, which would basically establish the next step of this program, which would be to begin to get some student involvement and engagement. So for Earth Month, we're going to try to provide some learning activities for students. It will be kind of like a teacher-sponsored based challenge, appropriate at different age levels. And we'll try to provide some awesome incentives for folks to participate. We're looking forward to doing that. Next slide, please. And we're just going to talk about some other sustainability efforts around the district, especially coming out of construction capital planning and building services in general. We've been doing some LED lighting conversions at several schools, and those projects are continuing. We're always looking for which schools need to continue to be updated. And those projects are underway, and some of them have been completed over last summer. We're very, very happy about that and want to continue those efforts. Looking at HVAC upgrades, HVAC equipment, and how we run our air conditioning and heating and ventilation is probably the #1 contributor to our energy usage. And so finding ways to bring in more energy efficient equipment as we're doing our systems upgrades. Also looking at control systems and how to bring our controls up to date in a way that we can manage the buildings remotely and understand how the buildings are using energy and find new opportunities for conservation. And this will also have a knock-on effect in terms of indoor air quality, because as the systems are being improved, and we'll be able to kind of make sure that ventilation is at an appropriate level. Other opportunities we are pursuing would be, just looking at what's coming out of the federal government. They recently passed Inflation Reduction Act and also the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. They are issuing several grants and rebates. One example would be the Clean School Bus Program that the EPA has launched, and the Department of Energy is launching a program called Renew America Schools. So we are looking at those programs and gonna make sure that we have Durham Public Schools in the race and in the running for any grant opportunities that are coming forward to help us continue these efforts. And I think some of these opportunities will also impact our ability to expand our renewable energy. And I want to kind of talk about that on the next slide, please. And and just kind of echo back, I think it was just a little over a year ago that the board approved the resolution for renewable energy at Durham Public Schools. And I wanted to highlight that at Lawrence Farm Elementary School, we have a shining example of what the future of renewable energy at Durham Public Schools could look like. And this is not a render. This is a photograph of what it looks like today. So I am amazed by this. We estimate that this system here should offset about 40% of the building's usage. We don't necessarily know exactly how much it will be because it's a brand new building. And there was a perfect opportunity here with the south facing roof to place this system. And we thank the board for really charging ahead with this opportunity here. And we're gonna be looking at future opportunities to continue this work. Right now we have in construction capital planning, we have a solar feasibility study underway with a contractor who is going to be looking at each and every site in the district to understand and evaluate the opportunity that is before us to place solar and other renewable energy on our campuses, and not just on the roofs, but on the campuses and district facilities, because we have a lot of land and we have a lot of surface area that we can really think about and evaluate for the potential. Another project that we are undergoing, I think you guys looked at it as well and approved earlier this evening, was for electric vehicles. We're kind of seeing a transition in the state. Our governor has really made a point to study zero emission vehicles. And as we begin to see vehicles come on the market and opportunities coming out of the federal government to help supplement some of the costs to transition to electric vehicles, we are placing a lot of effort and energy into studying, at some of our core campuses where, electric vehicle fleet operation and I would say faculty parking and student parking and things like that, where those opportunities are. And I think we're moving forward with that, and you guys will see a little bit more of that coming soon. Next slide, please. And this is also I just wanted to highlight this before I take questions, but this is just a smaller system at Watts that was kind of PTA led in partnership with NC Green Power. And so the community is really coalescing around solar power and giving, providing opportunities, educational opportunities here for students. As this was being constructed, I really witnessed teachers walking their students out to the playground to play and stopping and going, this is helping power our school. Isn't that incredible? And so with that, I will take any questions that I have.
Thank you. This is really exciting. How far we've come in such short time, and it really, I think, takes some of the values that we have and put it into action. So thank y'all so much. Board members, questions, comments? Mr. Sears.
Yeah. Thank you. A few questions. Heating systems, are they all gas? Are they majority gas, or what's the percentage of gas electric?
Yeah, I don't have that number. I would say the majority of our schools do have gas appliances and gas heating. I would say that there is opportunity for us to look at decarbonizing. I failed to also mention that Durham Public Schools is also partnering with Duke Energy, the county, and city of Durham to establish a solar park. We believe that solar park, the amount of renewable energy that creates will help offset about 10% of DPS's energy uses as well. So as we look at moving forward and thinking about how we want to address the climate crisis and things like that, and how we're utilizing energy and what energy sources we're using, one strategy is to do carbon offset through renewable energy. And I think we're still thinking through what that looks like, moving forward.
Yeah. I think I'm confident this is a part of your daily work, but sustainability, yes, on saving the planet, but also on keeping things running and keeping things affordable, right? And so as we have a war that's disrupting energy markets in Europe, electricity is a little more available than gas and perhaps more stable. Plus, there's also been recent research around the health of cooking with gas or using gas and the byproducts that come out of that. Everyone, the millions listening, should switch out their gas stoves tomorrow.
Mr. Sears, and if I could interject, I think he's talked a little bit about appliances. As you recall, as part of our capital improvement plan,
I remember, yeah,
is to do retrofits to our kitchens and to replace those gas appliances with electric. And Mr. Palmer and his team have already evaluated every single kitchen within DPS to come up with that number. We've already started to make some of those replacements.
Excellent. Yep, I do remember that conversation. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot with the percentage. I don't expect you to know that, but just a ballpark. So that a similar question, what percent of our year do we run our ACs versus our heaters?
Oh, that's a very good question. It's about half and half. So it's about 50%. In some schools, we actually will run both concurrently, just for humidity control and things like that. So there are some, those are more of advanced systems in some of those buildings, but generally we are heating and cooling the building with the seasons. And I would also just want to kind of piggyback on cost or the affordability. And also mention that part of the savings that we are seeing here is due to avoided costs in reducing the amount of gas that we are using here at DPS. We are avoiding a certain set of costs due to inflation, because natural gas prices, just like your gas price at the pump, between the fiscal year 2019 and 2022 rose by 20%. And it's on track to probably continue rising a little more steadily than your vehicle gas. It doesn't really go down like, or fluctuate like gasoline does, but natural gas is on a trajectory to be less and less affordable.
Okay. I would have guessed that we were a little higher on the AC months than, given that it's like 70 degrees some days, right, in the fall and winter.
So historically, most of our schools are what we call a two-pipe. We're either heating or we're cooling. As we continue to retrofit and build new schools, we're going to a four-pipe system, which allows us to modulate our thermal comfort. And so when you have fluctuations in the weather that you see over the last couple of weeks, you don't have to have all heating or all cooling. And so in building services, we have a cutoff around the end of October for those schools that are continuing the two-pipe system to now switch over to heating. And likewise, in the spring, we switch back over to cooling. And so with the continued process of renovating those systems, we hope to see that modulation help with our efficiency and then reduce our energy usage as well.
Okay, final question. I know we do 4 by 10 days in the summer at central office. Do we do that out in the schools that aren't providing student services? Can you just remind me?
Yeah, I believe mostly we do. We will run to a 4 by 10 schedule. And also to kind of get to the core of your last question, electricity is about double of what we pay for gas in terms of our usage overall over the year.
Okay.
So there is opportunity to, as we look at decarbonizing, to bring in more renewable energy and also provide, more of this program where we are reducing our energy, because as we reduce the energy that each building needs, then that also will reduce the size of any solar systems or geothermal systems that we will need to apply to offset the campuses.
So I know I should remember this, but just to confirm, in the summer, any school that's not having students is on a 4 by 10 schedule and closed on Friday? Staff are not in the building?
That's right, until that switches over when year round comes.
Right,
in.
right. Thank you. Thanks for those answers.
Other questions or comments from board members? I think that's Ms. Valladares' hand.
It is. I'm just looking at my colleague because we've definitely been so grateful for this work and recently talked to some very involved community members who have noticed a change. So our community is noticing and y'all are part of that. Thank you for leading the way with this. Some of the questions that I have when it comes to what my colleague Matt Sears was talking about, the HVAC and going electric. That's definitely a commitment, that as much as possible, right, to continue to just invest in electric. And I'm thinking specifically as it relates also to some of the other initiatives that you mentioned on here, like LED lights. I remember when LED lights were put in my children's elementary school and it was a celebration. There were also sensors. So for COVID, I was so excited that, during the height of the pandemic, you didn't have to touch any switch. These things already have the sensors. And so I know that not all the schools have that project is still ongoing. And I'd like to see that project, just every school having access to this. It makes a big deal. And I know that Pearsontown I'd like to see that also with Pearsontown. I wonder if there's any updates on this project specifically there. Because I know some other schools, especially the elementary schools that I was noticing, we were approving contracts for the LEDs. And so just wanted to make sure that we keep in mind LEDs for everyone else. And no need to, I'm just running through a couple of things. The other thing is when you mentioned sustainability, I'm seeing the fleet and I'm seeing all these things and I celebrate that. but even small things like bike racks. And already I'm grateful because I'm seeing that, I was asking for Hillside High School, right? Because there's along the ATC. I'm so grateful that we are starting to do that because it's going to take you have to build it, right? You have to build that, and we already have the infrastructure that has a greenway. And so I'd like to see more of the supports from the community in terms of biking and bike culture around these schools, the way that we have seen it expand. So kudos to Bike Durham and everyone else who is doing that project. And the last thing also is going to solar. There's two things on that I had in terms of comment. One is a comment and one is a question. So there's 7,000 schools in the United States that are solar schools, considered solar. I don't know what the percentage is by which they can qualify being that they're a solar school, but it does provide. When I think about hurricanes and climate change, and I really appreciated you mentioning the climate reality that we have. I just know that we have some schools that are shelters for our families. I mean, I've been one of those community members out there with like a Facebook Live saying, "Hey, come here, come to the school." We have the Red Cross. The Red Cross will be there putting out the mats. And I'm thinking about just how important solar is because battery storage, the use of having a building that is really reliable for community. It's just something that I can't understate. And I can tell you that even as early as me being a child, I have just the stories of having to evacuate and seek shelter. And so I really do want us to continue to really, really prioritize solar as much as possible, especially in the climate reality that we have where we have hurricanes and we don't know when it's going to be one of those things again, because it wasn't too long ago when we had to, evacuate. And it's just not too long ago. And the question that I have around this is Southern School of Energy and Sustainability is the school that in the title has such a name, such an important name, like energy and sustainability. And if there's a priority in terms of any of these projects, that's like a flight. What flagship? Is that the word? Flagship school. It says energy and sustainability in it. And so I'd just love for that school to have priority, in as many ways in terms of solar panels. And I'm going to actually pass it to my colleague, Natalie, because I know that we were engaging in some of these meetings. And so I'm just going to leave off on Southern. And I guess that was a question about can we do more for Southern School of Energy and Sustainability?
You want to take that?
So we are working in tandem with the curriculum that at Southern School of Engineering. We work with them with the hub farm and designing a tiny office. And I think there may be some opportunities once that tiny office is constructed to provide maybe some solar backup to power some things. So we are in conversations with them as we continue to map out our sustainability plan. We definitely will encourage curriculum, working with construction and capital planning to teach the future of America how to be sustainable and build better buildings.
Thank you, Ms. Valladares. I want to celebrate the amazing amount of work that you all have been able to do in a year. And I hope that in an upcoming meeting with the county, we can share an update on this. I think that it's a value that they also will uplift. And you have led us so far in the right direction and so quickly. I think when folks were asking about Southern, they were asking if we had done the LED lighting, both within the gyms and within the school yet. So is that still on the lighting project list?
Yes, it is still on the lighting project list. We don't have a current timeline for that, but we are definitely exploring some of those opportunities. And also, there's an opportunity there to turn that into a learning exercise for the students, to have them begin to understand how do you perform a lighting audit, and what are the numbers? What is the opportunity for savings here at Southern? So we are connected with Southern and the CTE coordinators there. And are basically, and also the Sustainable Spartan Student Group to bring forward some of their ideas. The students are bringing forward a lot of ideas. They are the future. They understand the sustainability is going to be intertwined with many different disciplines. And converting that campus into one that speaks to the theme is going to take time and is going to take investment. And that is something that we've discussed with the principal there, and they would like to see more engagement there as well. And but I also, as we are beginning to look at that campus, I want to make sure that we are not missing the educational component opportunity to engage with the students so that they can be a part of it.
Yeah, that goes to the piece about curriculum that I think is so important. And I look forward to kind of the curriculum side of our folks bringing us what kind of resources we have in the future, because this is so important to children, and they are leading in a lot of ways. They feel it in their hearts, they know it in their brains. I'm so glad y'all are in the tier 2 group for electric buses. We're in a spreadsheet. We've requested 25, I think. Did I get that number right? I found a
20
spreadsheet.
25 buses, yes.
25 buses. So maybe when the next federal round rolls out, they might choose Durham, which would be exciting. The speakers tonight said something about solar at Northern, but and it not being on the roof. And what I heard you all say is that we were exploring all options. Can you clarify or restate that for folks that
Well,
might?
we are in the midst of a solar feasibility study that will look at every campus in the district, including district facilities. Not all of the roofs right now are good candidates due to roof age and due to the infrastructure that holds up that roof, with the capacity for additional weight and wind load. And so with the new Northern campus, one option would be canopy or parking lot coverings and also walkway coverings, field, an opportunity to get creative and look at the whole campus as a whole. We have lots of surface area, and phase 2 of our solar feasibility study, we hope we'll look at what are some other opportunities for renewable energy, specifically solar energy on the campuses where rooftop and may not necessarily be the best option, or where we need in addition to rooftop solar. And so that might be something new as well for North Carolina's opportunity for Durham Public Schools to lead the state, because you don't see that here very much in terms of parking lot coverings or walkway coverings and things like that. But those are an option, and we're going to be looking at that with the second part of our solar feasibility study.
That'd be fantastic. And I love the pictures of Lions Farm, and I don't even know that the news did a story on that, but that needs a story. Like, that needs to be shared broadly, because I think that would be celebrated. I assume you're looking at Murray Massenburg as well with that part of that study. And then my final question is, you have a lot of initiatives going on, but the city and the county have had system-wide consultants they've brought in to do a system-wide analysis climate plan. Do we think that going forward budget-wise that we should also do that comprehensive thing?
The second part of the board's resolution from last year did mention creation of a climate action plan. That would be something we would definitely need a lot of collaboration with, both internally, and we also believe that there are partners out there that would really be able to help us kind of gather things, because at that point you're also looking at transportation carbon emissions through our buses, our current fleet, our food systems, waste systems, things like that. So that's something that will kind of stretch a little bit beyond construction capital planning's capacity right now, but that's something we're taking seriously when you think about sustainability. And I would say that would be kind of a next phase of what this program could do if we are able to kind of move in that direction. Did you have anything? Okay.
Thank you so much. That answers all of my questions. It's just exciting. Thank you.
I also mentioned the city and county also, they do have a climate action plan in place. And I am in touch with their sustainability managers, and hope to get together soon to kind of see where DPS kind of fits in that plan, because I think the goals are for us to reduce our carbon footprint by, or I would say maybe our energy usage and energy usage intensity 80% by 2035 and then 100% offset by 2050. And I think that that's very close to what the city and county have in their climate action plan. So our goals are there. And we're kind of looking to kind of think through the roadmap.
Are there any other questions from board members? Ms. Chavez?
Thank you so much. This is great work and it's really exciting. I had a few questions. One was, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about the partnership with NC Green Power at Watts and just how that came about. I'm wondering who the folks were that moved that along and if there are other opportunities or partnerships that you see on the horizon like that one.
Yes, I don't know a whole lot about how the actual program got started. Okay, can you speak to it? Yeah.
Actually, Dan Schnitzer, that was the sustainable, what was his title before? What's his last name? Oh, my goodness.
Dan, if you're listening.
Dan Schnitzer, who was the Director of Construction, Capital Planning and Sustainability, was the spearheaded all of that work with NC Green Power. I think he had worked with them in Chapel Hill, and then he and I worked very closely on getting that installed, but he did the yeoman's share of the work on that. So. Did I answer all your questions? No?
I will say that NC Green Power also has a similar kind of solar tree at Jordan High School. And it's a process that takes a while. It has to have a lot of community engagement and input. I think there's some, donations that are, basically gathered. It's really community driven and school driven by the principal to really have to kind of take on doing everything that NC Green Power has for them to kind of get set up with that and to raise the money.
Thank you. That I was just wondering about other partnerships on the horizon, but I don't know if, there are other things to say about that specifically.
Yes, Duke Energy is going to be a big partner moving forward with this. As I did mention the solar park and in partnership with the city and county. But in addition to that, they are also offering rebates on some of the electric vehicle fleet preparation and conduit and infrastructure that's needed there. So they have a lot of programs that are there that we're looking at and we're in constant communication with to kind of figure out how DPS may be able to take advantage of grants and rebates. And again, we're looking at grants and potential rebates from the state and the federal government as well. So we are looking for partners. We're trying to make the phone calls and figure out where we can get help from because this is something we're plowing ahead with. And again, going back to something like the LED lighting and things like that, if we're able to kind of keep a green revolving fund going, using our savings to get more savings with additional projects, that has an impact on learning. As you visit these sites and you go there, you kind of see our task lighting is a lot better, and that helps with focus. That helps with reading and comprehension and attention. So that this is a benefit for how students learn as well, and again the learning opportunities that are available too. Some partners could potentially, and even some corporate partners and thinking through like the Sustainable Spartans group are thinking through who can we partner with to really get established with recycling programs and things like that. And there are a lot of partners in Durham that are able to really kind of help us think through some of the process changes.
That's great. And I just appreciate what you said, kind of connecting it back to the implications academically and the learning environment. So thank you for all of that.
Any additional questions from board members? Ms. Valladares?
How could I forget to, when I did my whole litany, it's not a litany, actually, it's a good list, right, of things that are good things that are happening. And I was saying, we're moving towards electric, solar panels, bike racks. The outdoor learning spaces, that was one of the things that was most celebrated. I just wanted to let you all know that the community is watching every single thing. And the fact that we have invested, as I think about these LED projects with sensors that can tell when there's nobody in the room, those lights go off. Kids are outside, you know what I mean? It's all of these things that are so related. So I just did not want to end my comments or like leave tonight without just letting y'all know that the outdoor upfitting every single school for access, equitable access to outdoor learning, that has been such a game changer, and there's such excitement about that. Some schools are further along, others are starting there, and we've also, here's a little shout out to community members, because we went to a dedication that happened at EK for a shade structure, right? I mean, we were just mentioning that it was the Dermatology Association that decided, and Melissa Rooney doing that work, and we got to see it. And then there was also like the Ellerby Creek Watershed Association at that same school was doing a beautiful stormwater amenity. It was just gorgeous, right? And so when I think about community partners, kind of like community partners, we need y'all. But we're definitely, if you build it, they will come. I think that the fact that we are committed to outdoor learning, to sustainability, it's in your title. And I love your title because it has that in there. And so just keeping in mind that the community can help us, and any grants, any projects that community members that you all know about, I don't even know where to look, but I guess right there. Community members, any projects that you all know of, please just send them our way. We appreciate all of this development for our environment, for the good of our environment and our students as well.
Thank you all. This is for information, if I'm correct. We appreciate you. And exciting to think about in this new bond and new construction, what more we can really do. Thank y'all. We are going to ask that we take a recess. I think there needs to be a vote on that. Is that correct? A vote for a recess, or can we just take one? All right, let's do that. Let's take a 5-minute recess, and we will return promptly at 9 o'clock. All right, we're now back from that recess. We're gonna pass it over to Dr. Hardy for academic services updates.
Good evening, Chair Umstead, Dr. Marbinga, community and the board members. We can go ahead and pull up the priority 2 strategic plan update slide. Tonight, we are exciting to bring an update on priority 2 in the culminating 2022-23 school year. I'd like to acknowledge my colleague and fellow cabinet member for priority 2, Chief of Staff Tanya Giovanni Esquire, for providing guidance as well as oversight to the work that we've been doing with priority 2. Since our last update in February 2022, exciting things have been happening in our schools, and we're happy to share a few of them with you this evening. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Members of our priority 2 strategic plan team are with us this evening. Although there have been some changes along the way, each team member has contributed to our successes that we have seen in goal 2A and 2B. I'd like to ask these team members to stand to be recognized at this time. Our goal team leads include Dr. Laverne Maddox Perry, Senior Executive Director for Student Support Services, Ms. Karen Beckett, Coordinator of Title IX and Grant Procurement, Dr. Kelvin Bullock, Executive Director of Equity and Professional Learning, and Dr. Melissa Watson, Student Services Director for Student Alternatives and Supports. In addition to the members of the team listed on the slide, we want to make sure that we acknowledge all of the team members' work as a collaborative team, engaging with our principals, assistant principals, restorative practice coordinators, teachers, school counselors, social workers, and most importantly, our children. Next slide, please. Our voices from the arena are going to be quite far this evening. Our voices, we did have some teachers and school staff and one of our principals that were here. The hour has gotten a little later than we anticipated, and we need them to be fresh for our children tomorrow. So in preparation for this section, I am going to have Dr. Maddox Perry and Dr. Kelvin Bullock share with you. However, I did want to just preview for you. We really wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity to kind of bring this work to light. And we started to really look closely at the data, and we had asked, and Dr. Logan was here, we looked closely at the data, and Hillside High School really is a resounding example of some of the work that is happening with restorative practices, as well as creating the culture that needs to be there so that our students feel not only safe, but they also know that it's a great place to learn. Some of those data points, when we look at our restorative practice centers, and I have multiple data points, I'm only going to share a couple of with you, is that when students are going to the restorative practice center, what we want to do is make sure that they are not having repeat events, so that they're not continuing with code of conduct violations and then getting short-term out of school suspension. So for example, at Hillside High School, 13% of Black males who attended our restorative practice center for redirection, while only 8.66% of those students received short-term out of school suspensions. For our Hispanic females, we had 3.16% that attended the restorative practice center, and none of them had any other incidents that resulted in short-term suspensions. Hillside High School, one of our larger comprehensive high schools, over 1,500 students, has an overall suspension rate for 21-22 of just 5.42%, which is well below the state, our district, and local high school average. And so those are just a few data points. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Bullock. We do have a slide with some information that he's going to share regarding Hillside High School, and then Dr. Maddox Perry briefly regarding what we've heard from some of our students at Rogers Hur Middle School and Lakewood Elementary. Dr. Bullock.
All right, thank you. Good evening, board, Dr. Mubinga, Durham community. If we can go to the next slide. We want to thank Dr. Logan and his team members who were here tonight. Assistant Principal Harrison, Assistant Principal Worthy, and also their restorative practices coordinator, Mr. Denzel Keenan. They were here this evening. And again, as Dr. Hardy mentioned, it's gotten a little late, so we want them to be prepared for school tomorrow. But with that, we did, they submitted this information regarding their approach to restorative practices in the school and what has led to the lowering of suspension rates and out of class exclusion at Hillside. And the foundation of what they shared is the intentionality behind building relationships within the school. So just really quickly, I just want to note some of the points that they shared here, some of the clubs and activities that they create to develop a sense of belonging amongst students is one of the primary things that they credit for the low suspension numbers in the school. Responding to feedback from students via the student climate and panorama surveys, fostering relationships with the community, with parents, and building partnerships with local organizations. Also, their restorative practices coordinator, Mr. Keenan, not only specializes in coordinating circles for students, but also for staff members. So the theme of building relationships goes throughout the building. Other things include consistency with all students, regarding the code of student conduct, being visible at all times. The principal, Dr. Logan, and I can attest to this in my visits to the school, definitely has an open door policy and has relationships with all the students in that building. And they also talk about leveraging DEAC, drug education and counseling when students need that support, new directions, community-based mediation, and services through their school resource officers program. So those are some of the things when asked what has led to your success and that, low number of exclusions in your school. These are the things that they noted. So, and again, we just want to thank them for, what they're doing for students and also being here to represent tonight.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Mavinga, board members. So just to add to some of the contributions from Hillside High School, we also had a team to go visit Lakewood Elementary and Rogers Herb Middle School because we really wanted to, as Dr. Hardy said, bring this presentation to life. And so I just wanted to give kudos and to thank other team members who actually organized and were present at these visits. Dr. Awanosa Adahor from the Office of Equity Affairs and Ms. Mina Fort, our MTSS behavior specialist and a member of our student services team. They actually shared the artifacts and came up with the ideas to get student voices from these schools. And I'd like to present some interesting perspectives from the students at Lakewood Elementary and Rogers Herb Middle School. And we would also like to thank the staff and principal of Lakewood, Principal Jerry Jackson, Assistant Principal Nan Luan, and Miss Campbell for having us in her classroom. So we actually not only had artifacts that we could take with us, but she actually let us come in and talk with her students. And then at Rogers Herb, of course, we'd like to thank Dr. Keisha Rogers, principal, Dr. Tawana Stewart, the assistant principal, who was our guide that day, and the teacher, 7th grade teacher, Miss Sharonda Ranshaw. And so we were in those classrooms, and these are just some representative examples. We were really interested in the elementary school, finding out about students' voices around their SEL curriculum implementation, and could students really tell us, what they were learning and what it meant. And so we had a series of questions. They said, what do zones of regulation mean to you? That is the curriculum at Lakewood. And this student says, and it's an inventive spelling, so please be patient with me. The zones of regulation makes me think of things that make you mad or sad or calm or even in between. What do you like about your social and emotional learning in your classroom? I like that we get class dojo points and we can get a party. Plus our parents can see it on Class Dojo. And then the last question was, is learning about feelings and emotions important, and explain how? Yes, it is very important because being sad is important because you can get help and learn to trust. Being happy is important because you want a healthy brain. That's a 3rd grader at Lakewood. Okay. And then we had another one, and I chose this one for the beautiful artwork. What does zones mean to you? Zones means a lot to me. I think about my feelings in every good thing. What do you like about SEL in your classroom? We learn to talk to each other, and in this time, we have a lot of feelings that our class put together. And then, is learning about feelings and emotions important? And he said feelings and emotions are important because if we don't talk about our feelings and emotions, we'll do more bad things. So students understand, and then he did write an example at the bottom of what life would be like if he didn't talk about his feelings, and it was yelling. And then if he talks about his feelings, how he's saying please and thank you. So those are just representative from Lakewood. And then we did have the students at Rogers Herd just look at their PBIS program and the implementation of their matrix and their Rams Rock is what it's called. So we asked some seventh graders, what does Rams Rock mean and stand for? And each of them could tell us the acronym stands for reach, achievement, and motivate, and respect, ownership, character, and knowledge. So they could rattle it off because they had it all over their classroom. What does Rams Rock mean to you? And they said it means to respect others and to be prepared. And then how do you rock as a Ram? I respect others and I own up to the things I do. Have you received any Ram Rocks rewards or incentives? And he says, yes, I get to go to the Ram store. You get to get Ram bucks if you're right. How has Ram Rock impacted you as a student? Rams Rock has helped me show respect to others and help others. So those are the things that our students are saying about their experience, not only with our social emotional learning curriculum. And we do have other artifacts that we will share in the board update soon as we can figure out how to make those accessible to you all. But we did want to give it some voice from students. At this time, I'll turn it back over to Dr. Hardy.
Thank you, Dr. Bullock and Dr. Maddox-Perry. If we'll go forward to the next slide. We did just want to make sure that we had an opportunity. All of the data that we're going to share with you today represents the young people that we have the privilege to work with and serve every single day. And the work that Priority 2 really focuses on is making sure that our young people are seen, that we think about and care about them each and every day. So we thought hearing what's happening in the schools really is a great introduction as we now are going to transition to seeing the data. If you'll go forward to the next slide. So what you'll see here is in goal 2A is 100% of our schools will implement a cultural framework. And we are really pleased that we have been able to almost meet that mark at 98%. And then what you will see for goal 2B is that 4% or fewer of our students will be excluded out of school. And what you will note is, as we go through this data, is that we were on pretty positive upward trajectory. And then we did take a slight detour during our interrupted schooling for 2019-20 and 2020-21. However, we are pleased as we look at our preliminary data for this academic year that we are seeming to be on the right course. The bulk of this presentation is in regards to the very explicit data regarding what you are seeing with student restorative practices as well as exclusions. I'm pleased to turn our presentation over to Dr. Al Royster, our Executive Director for Research and Accountability. We are going to go through the data slides. We'll provide an overview of each slide. We are not going to go through every row or column that is in each slide, but please know there's always ample time at the end of our presentation for questions, and we have all of the data readily accessible. So if there are some questions specifically, we'll be more than happy to address those. Dr. Royster.
Thank you, Dr. Hardy. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. Good evening, board members, Dr. Mabanga, Durham community. I'm happy to be in front of you this evening to provide an update on DPS district level and school level discipline data. This overview will seek to provide the following information. Overall DPS student population compared to the number of restorative practice center or RPC referrals and short long-term suspensions in the district for the 2021-22 school year, the number of reported discipline incidences over the course of 4 years, a comparison of frequency of incidents during the 2018-19 school year and the 2021-2022 school year, and comparison of discipline data across racial and demographic groups. My presentation of the data will be from an impartial perspective. I will identify any emerging trends. After the data has been presented, my colleagues will use any strategies and pertinent information to address the presented data. Next slide, please. In the next 3 slides, we'll review the 2021-2022 overall student population of DPS compared to the number of students who referred to RPC, short-term suspended, and long-term suspended. Next slide, please. This first slide shows the overall student population compared to the Restorative Practice Center or RPC referrals. As shown, the total DPS population of 32,188 as compared to the 2,042 students referred to RPC, which is 6.3% of the total student population. Next slide, please. This slide shows the overall student population compared to the short-term suspensions. As shown, the total DPS population was 32,188 as compared to 2,012 students short-term suspended, which is 6.4% of the total student population. Next slide, please. This last slide shows the overall student population compared to long-term suspensions. As shown, the total DPS population was 32,188 as compared to 88 students long-term suspended, which is less than 1% or 0.2% of the total population, total student population. Next slide, please. In the next 5 slides, we will review discipline incidents over the course of the last 4 years. As we look at the total number of incidents and students for in-school suspension, ISS, last referred to in the 18-19 school year, and the total number of incidents and students for Restorative Practice Center, RPC, with restorative practice and implementation beginning in the 19-20 school year. Please note that students who are reassigned to new direction centers are included in the ISS RPC number. And finally, we'll look at the long-term suspensions, which is defined as students recommended for long-term who did not attend Lakeview Secondary School. Please note that due to COVID-19, students went to remote learning in March of 1920 school year and remained in remote learning until April of the 2021 school year. Next slide, please. As shown in the bar graph, the total number of incidents for ISS and RPC for elementary and secondary students has decreased yearly since the 18-19 school year, from 8,656 to 6,158 to 3,501. In the 2020-2021 school year, the total number of incidents for all levels was 24 as students returned to in-person learning in April. From the 19-20 school year to the 21-22 school year for elementary, there was a drop of 524 incidents. On the secondary level, for the same time period, there was a drop of 2,133 incidents. Next slide, please. This bar graph shows the total number of students assigned to ISS and RPC for the elementary and secondary students has decreased yearly since the 18-19 school year from 3,438 to 2,746 to 2,042. In the 2020-21 school year, the total number of students for all levels was 24 as students returned to in-person learning in April. From 1920 to last year, 21-22, for elementary, there was a drop of 193 students who were assigned RPC. On the secondary level for the same time period, there was a drop of 511 students who were assigned RPC. Next slide, please. Our next bar graph shows the total number of short-term incidents. From the 18-19 school year to the 19-20 school year, the total number of short-term incidents decreased by 798 incidents from 3,852 to 3,054. However, after returning from COVID-19 in the 21-22 school year, the total number of incidents increased by 370 incidents as compared to the 19-20 school year from 3,054 to 3,425. For the 2020-21 school year, the total number of incidents for all levels was 26 as students returned to in-person learning in April. Even though the number of incidents increased after returning from COVID-19 in the 2021-2022 school year, the number is still lower than the 18-19 school year pre-COVID by 428 incidents. Next slide, please. This bar graph shows the total number of students who were short-term suspended from the 18-19 school year to the 19-20 school year. The total number of short-term students suspended decreased by 361 students from 2,125 to 1,764. However, after returning from COVID-19 in the 2021-2022 school year, the total number of incidents increased by 248 students as compared to the 19-20 school year from 1,764 to 2,012. In the 2021 school year, the total number of incidents for all levels was 20 as students returned back from in-person learning in April. Even though the number of students increased after returning from COVID-19 in that 2021-2022 school year, the number is still lower by than the 18-19 school year pre-COVID by 113 students. Next slide, please. Our final bar graph shows the total number of students who were long-term suspended. As you can see, respectively, the total percentage of long-term suspended students for the 18-19 and 19-20 school years was less than 1% of the student population at 0.1%, and the 2021-2022 also less than 1% of the student population at 0.2. In the 2020-2021 school year, there was no long-term suspensions. Next slide, please. In the next 3 slides, we'll review the frequency of incidents occurring during the 2021-2022 school year. Also, we have the frequency of incidents occurring during the 2018-19, which was pre-COVID. We will break down the frequency of incidents for RPC, short-term suspension, and long-term suspension. Each slide will show pie charts for school years for 2020, 2021, 2022, and 18-19 side by side, breaking down incidents by percentage, along with the table underneath showing the number of each incident for each of those school years. Next slide, please. This slide shows a breakdown of the top 5 incident frequencies for RPC for 2021, 2022, and 18-19. Insubordination makes up the largest percentage of incidents for both 2021 and 2022 and 18-19. There was a decrease of 1,369 referrals for insubordination from 2021, 2022 to 18-19, from 2,022 incidents to 653. You can see the rank of the remaining 4 incidents frequency for both years. Next slide, please. This slide shows a breakdown of the top 5 incident frequencies for short-term suspensions for 2021, 2022, and 18-19. Fighting makes up the largest percentage of incidents for 2021, 2022, and 18-19. There was an increase of 91 referrals from 2021 to 2022 and 18-19 from 1,264 to 1,355. You can see the rank of the remaining 4 incident frequencies for both years. Next slide, please. This final slide shows a breakdown of the top 5 incident frequencies for long-term suspensions for the 2021-2020 school year and 18-19. Fighting was ranked first in 2021-22, but ranked second in 18-19. Even though they ranked differently, there was an increase of 27 incidents from the 2021-2022 school year to 18-19, from 9 to 36. You can see the rank of remaining 4 incidents frequencies for both school years. Next slide, please. Our final data set will review our discipline data across racial and demographic subgroups in DPS. In the next 4 slides, we'll review ISS, RPC, and short-term for all students, Black males, Black females, Hispanic males, Hispanic females, white females, and students with disabilities. Each slide will have a bar graph with a visual representation of the percent for each group, along with the table underneath to give the actual percentage. Also in the table, each subgroup has the total number of students in that subgroup, along with the number of students who were referred to ISS or RPC or short-term or long-term. As for our previous data sets, please note students went to remote learning in March of 2019-20 school year and remained in remote learning until April of the 2020-21 school year. Next slide, please. This slide shows a breakdown of the RPC referrals by subgroups over the last 4 years. Each year since 18-19 school year, the percentage of students assigned ISS or RPC has decreased for each group, keeping in mind that the 2020-2021 school year had less than 1% for each group due to students remaining in remote learning until April. For all students, as you see, the percentage decreased respectively from 10.2% to 8.1% to 6.3%, with 2021-22 at 0.7%. Next slide, please. This slide shows a breakdown of RPC referrals by subgroups for elementary and secondary for the 2021-2022 school year. As shown, our district breakdown is that 2,042 of the 32,188 students, which is 6.3%, were referred to RPC. Our highest percentage of RPC referrals occurred on the secondary level, with 1,828 of the 17,939 students, or 10.1%, being referred to RPC. On the elementary level, 214 of the 14,249 students, or 1.5%, were referred to RPC. Next slide, please. This slide shows a breakdown of short-term suspensions by subgroup over the last 4 years. We see the short-term suspension percentages for all groups decrease from 6.1% in the 18-19 school year to 5.2% in the 19-20 school year. For the 2020-2021 school year, short-term suspensions were less than 1% for each group due to students remaining in remote learning until April. However, after returning from COVID in the 2021-2022 school year, short-term suspension percentage increased as compared to the 19-20 school year for each group except for Black males, white females, Black males, white females, and students with disabilities. The 2A goal benchmark of 21-22 is to reduce the percentage of students suspended out of school from kindergarten through 12th grade to less than 4% or lower. Our percentage of students suspended last year was 6.2, which is above the benchmark. However, please notice that the percentage of students suspended in 21-22 is only slightly higher, 6.2, than the 18-19 percentage of 6.1, which was pre-COVID. Next slide, please. This slide shows a breakdown of short-term suspensions by subgroup for elementary and secondary for the 2021-2022 school year. As shown, our district breakdown is that 2,012 of our 32,188 students, which is 6.2%, have been short-term suspended. Our highest percentage of short-term suspended students occurred on the secondary level with 1,710 of the 17,939 students, or 9.5%. On the elementary level, 302 of the 14,249 students, or 2.1%, were short-term suspended. Next slide, please. And now I'll turn it over to Dr. Maddox Perry, Senior Executive Director of Student Support Services, to review progress goals, benchmarks, and strategies for Priority 2. Dr. Maddox Perry.
Thank you again, Dr. Worcester. Next slide, please. In case there's a need for a reminder or details about Goal 2A, this is a familiar slide that outlines the strategies. As a reminder, Goal 2A, 100% of DPS will implement cultural frameworks with fidelity. I'm proud to say we have completed all the associated strategies, with some variants at schools who've decided to either add to their culture and climate toolkit by selecting a new implementation team or a new implementation lead, or even selecting a new cultural framework. Next slide, please. Likewise, we have made commendable progress on the strategies for attaining Goal 2B, as Dr. Bullitt will elaborate on when he explores Goal 2B later in the presentation. But these are the strategies. Next slide, please. Our Priority 2 team often shares in place, in progress, and next steps with our community during our updates. In a slightly different approach this year, we want to share some of the accomplishments we can highlight as we sunset the current strategic plan. Next slide, please. Strategy 1. Once again, we thank our superintendent and this board for prioritizing the use of research and evidence-based SEL curriculum to support whole child wellness. Our pre-K students use TPOT, or the pyramid, as their approach to SEL. We have K-5 schools using responsive classroom, second step, zones of regulation, or Move This World. And hot off the presses, we have 5 early adopter secondary schools implementing one of 2 choices, Character Strong or Rethink Ed. The early adopter schools are Lowe's Grove Magnet Middle, Lucas Middle, Neal Magnet Middle, School for Creative Studies, and Jordan High School. The other secondary schools will finalize their SEL curriculum choice this month in conjunction with beginning their implementation planning for January 2023. Strategy 2. Culture and Climate Learning Walks began in October 2022, and we have had many fruitful discussions with school leaders and their team members based on our observations. The principal's request for specific look-fors related to culture and climate, as well as evidence of the shared framework indicators, which is an instrument to document fidelity of cultural framework implementation. Strategy 3. In collaborative efforts across academic services departments, we've been able to offer professional learning in each of the outlined topics in Strategy 3. Most notably in this school year, the advancement to Equity 501 focused on Black and Latin excellence for all DPS faculties. Strategy 4, through analysis of 7 data points, Student Support Services provides a tiered support designation for each DPS school. The 4 designations are awareness, as the schools demonstrating the greatest need for culture and climate support, progressing, emerging, and maintenance. And those are schools demonstrating the least need for targeted support with culture and climate. Once these designations are determined, the academic services departments partner to provide additional support in the form of professional learning, culture and climate learning walks, and any other innovative ways to support improvements in data as well as student outcomes. And strategy 5, and as you can see here, our Equity Affairs team has centered the Equity 501 professional learning around the data, but specifically the insights gleaned from the Student Climate Survey. At this time, I'd like to transition to Dr. Bullock again.
Thank you, Dr. Maddox Perry. So next slide, please. So our team is excited about continuing to work towards key accomplishments in the final year of our current strategic plan. Some of those projected accomplishments will include developing and implementing trainings and data analysis for schools and district departments to identify bias in discipline practices and to create a more equitable culture and climate for Black students and Hispanic males, where those 2 groups were our primary target groups to bring our discipline data down to our target and our goal for the strategic plan. So this is a practice that we developed in our initial year of the strategic plan, and we will continue this year by analyzing and discussing discipline referrals across the district and determining which infractions are leading to which consequences or supports from school to school or within a school to ensure that there's consistency across our district. We're also in the process of rebuilding our restorative practices district leadership team with certified trainers. Student Support Services has initiated a professional learning community for restorative practices coordinators, again, to ensure that there's consistency in practices across our district. We are also continuing to provide professional learning for leadership on monitoring systems and educators handbook and our panorama data dashboard. Both of these databases are able to produce equity reports and resources, so we want to make sure we're utilizing those. Additionally, we continue to implement creative use of homebound services, virtual learning, and hybrid learning to support students that may need innovative learning opportunities for different reasons. Some of those may be connected to suspensions or exclusion from school. Finally, Student Support Services monitors suspension rates for schools and individual students monthly to ensure there's targeted support and to prevent escalation of negative outcomes. With that, I'd like to turn our presentation back over to Dr. Hardy, and we will close out.
Thank you, Dr. Bullock. Thank you to our board and our community for allowing us this time to share with you our progress regarding implementation for Priority 2. I hope you can see from what we were able to share from actions at our school level, as well as from our team and the data, that we have been strategic and intentional. We've had a data-driven approach to create the conditions in each and every school for our young people to be successful. I would also like to thank our goal team leads and team members, but more importantly, our teachers and our students who are actually living this every single day and really making conscious decisions regarding their own well-being, and so that we can make sure that we create a sense of belonging for our children. At this time, we have our goal team leads and other team members that are here, and we're more than happy to take any questions and discussion. Chair Umstead.
Thank you, Dr. Hardy, and to the team who's here for the presentation on your work and goals for this upcoming year. Have questions or comments from board members? Don't we all jump at the same time? Ms. Rogers.
Thank y'all for this data and making this presentation. I'm really appreciative of the work that's happening on the school levels with the educators, the principals that are really working hard to reduce the suspension rates in our students. We see the work, we see the progress, but I do have some questions. I have a lot of questions. Dr. Hardy, you mentioned for this academic year, we're trending to be on course to meet our goal. How are we measuring that so far?
So we monitor our discipline incidents and data every single month. So that happens in a couple of ways. We use Educator's Handbook, and then that data is imported into PowerSchool. We monitor that every month, and then we have the opportunity at the end of the month, we verify that data. And then that data is ultimately reported to the state and will be reported out to our board and as well as to our public. So for this particular priority, I feel confident in anticipating that we will have 100% implementation with fidelity for 2A. You will see some progress in the work that we are doing with excluding students. And so you will see some progress in that data. I don't want to make, we're too early in the year for me to make an anticipation about exactly what that data will look like, but you will see some progress as we wrap up this particular strategic plan. And I would also like to note this kind of work, as I think our board and community knows, is ongoing work. Whenever we have any transition with staff, we want to make sure that we're retraining, that we're making sure that they understand the cultural framework of the school, they understand implementation of the SEL curricula. This is definitely ongoing work for our students and our staff.
Thank you, that's helpful. Is there anything specific that's happened this year so far as we started out the school year that from like August to December or July to December, if we're including, so we can be inclusive of our year-round schools, that didn't happen in July through December of last year? Anything specific that changed based on the outcomes we had last year?
So there are a couple of things. That's a great question. One thing in particular is what Dr. Bullock was alluding to with the revamping of our restorative practices training team, district team. So we were able to get to more schools and help support more schools who wanted to either retrain staff, onboard new staff with that. So there's been a renewed dedication to that. And as we do our visits, we can see that. It's a very almost revitalized, energetic feel like it was when we first started some of this work pre-COVID. Another thing would be the restorative practices PLC. Each month, there is something that either Student Support Services is leading or that they're leading themselves in working on their leadership, their ability to work with staff members, expanding their scope, not only being in their RPCs, but also helping team members understand how they too can model restorative practices and affective language in their schools. And it's having an impact on the culture and climate to a person. The principals are telling us that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. Also our Equity 501 training, which is a district-wide training, has taken into consideration where we are with restorative practices in particular, and thinking about our approach in building relationships with students and just challenging some of the biases that we might bring towards our Black and Latino students or Latinx students in particular. So that was integral in us developing that training, and that's new this year.
Thank you. Then I guess I would ask, we keep talking about RPC and ISS together. Are there schools that are not doing restorative practices?
All of our secondary schools have restorative practice centers. The reason we have continued to use that language is pre that 18 academic year, it was still referred to as ISS. And so just want to make sure that we're kind of speaking truth to what was actually happening. We know that this year to Dr. Maddox Perry and Dr. Bullock, because of some of the transition of staff, we really thought that it was important that you have almost a resetting in terms of what was occurring in our restorative practice centers, and also making sure that we're continuing at the mind shift of restoration. And that was one of the reasons why the data that I shared regarding Hillside was so important. I may have an experience where I make a poor choice. The intent is that when I go through that restorative practice, that I'm not repeating those same behaviors, so that I am then at a point where I am excluded out of school for out of school suspension, that I do have that process of restoration and learning, so that I can make sure that moving forward, I'm not having those same experiences.
I think one of the things that I would ask for is a follow-up, and then I'm gonna stop and give other people an opportunity. I wonder if we can see information, about students with disabilities that are overlapping in the other, like the disaggregated data for students with disabilities and that are being suspended or pushed outside of the classroom for whatever reason. And then the data of overlapping identities, how many of the students have a behavioral support plan that are being suspended? Even on any level. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. I'm gonna want to consult with our team to see if I can actually pull that data. So we obviously have access to our students with disabilities. However, I'm not certain that in ECATS, I can differentiate students with disabilities and students that have had an FBA and a BIP. So I'm not certain. Now, and there might be a way to identify if they have a social, emotional, or a behavioral goal. Give me some time to do some digging to see if that particular piece is possible. But we can look at that particular subgroup and the experiences. Also note, as we are looking at data, if there is a point where it becomes identifiable, I have to mask that. But we can give us an opportunity to take that back. And Dr. Royster's here, and I'm sure members of the team are watching, so they're already trying to figure out how we can do that.
Thanks, y'all. If we have time, I'll go back around.
Other board members? Ms. Chavez?
All right, thank you so much for this presentation. I did get to see it last week as well, so it's been sitting in my brain for a week, and I appreciate all the work that's being done. Also really appreciate the voices from the arena, and thank you for pulling them in, even though folks could not stay. It's very late. But that was really nice to hear, and it's nice to see some of the strategies that we're using that are making a difference. And I'm glad to see the overall trends improving, even with some of the obstacles that have come along the way. I am still just very stuck on the demographic data, the disaggregated data, and the comparison between particularly white female students and Black male students. And I was just doing my little math. So for 2021 short-term suspensions, it was 0.7 white, 0.7% of our white girls were suspended. And then 12.9 of our Black boys. So Black boys were over 18 times more likely to be suspended last year, short-term suspended. So I was just thinking, about the equity trainings and all of that, and the climate and culture and climate walks, which I think are so valuable, because I think they get at a lot of the they can get at a lot of the more nuanced things that happen that we don't necessarily pick up on at a higher level. And so my question is about the equity training more specifically. I was thinking about, I'm so glad that we're addressing implicit bias, and keeping in mind, especially Black students and Hispanic male students. I was wondering if it also addresses implicit bias toward white students, and perhaps giving more second chances to our white students, maybe particularly our white girls. Which, and I think these are, children are going to make poor choices, as you say, sometimes. We're here to be that support, that, to teach them in every way, how they can come back, how they can be, restored from that issue they were having, and come back to the classroom and continue learning. So, our students are going to act up at times, hopefully, in ways that are, in ways that we can really support and bring them back. But I'm just wondering about that, as I'm looking at the data, not only at the black boys and the high percentage that are suspended, but also, are we addressing whiteness?
So in our Equity 101 training, so we're in 501 now, that was actually one of the foundational conversations we had. And in talking about bias, we included in that training we referred to it as favorable bias versus unfavorable bias, and how if you have a bias that has a positive assumption, you're more likely to have that towards, more privileged people from more privileged backgrounds or identities. And so with that, I will say that particular conversation was probably most direct in Equity 101. But in 501, the conversation is around having an asset-based approach to our students of color. And what that really does is kind of takes that idea and kind of flips it for us to think about, what does it look like? We don't name it as, looking at our students of color and giving them the benefit of the doubt the same way we might a white child, but it's essentially trying to make sure as we're building relationships with students of color, we're doing so through an asset-based approach. And we are not looking at them through a deficit lens, which makes us more likely to suspend, makes us more likely to exclude, et cetera. So.
Thank you. I'm very proud of the equity work in our district. Thank you.
Ms. Valladares.
Thank you so much. I'm so appreciative. I do want to just share that same sentiment of lament that we continue to have our boys of color, especially our Black students, both male and female, but then also Hispanic males, and then Hispanic females, and then our students with disabilities, and we're going to start looking at this data to look at the racial component, but also the class component. I mean, I do hear from community members about like bullying happening in the schools, and who's on the receiving end of bullying. So that there's more analysis to be done, and also in some of the data that talks about like truancy, how many of the students that are affected or in that percentage is truancy, how many of them are food insecure or, are dealing with mental health. So we can always go dig deep into like disaggregating further by, truancy, by disruption, some of the other ones. But I just want us to continue to keep in mind that the work that we have taken with the strategic plan is the whole child approach. And that is something that I'm so proud of this district for adopting. The cultural frameworks are a part of that. The restorative practices are a part of that. But I continue to just bring it back to the fact that we have curriculum for everything, and including social emotional learning. But when it comes to actual practice, for something like restorative practices, it says it in the name, it needs to be practice-based. And I can't dig that in so much. There was an invitation that I put out to all the board and the admins early on when there was a coalition of restorative practice practitioners from around the country. And they were trying to connect with the fidelity with the process of where this comes from, circle process, right? Circles, our indigenous community, Native Americans who have been doing this for a long time. And this is part of like a way of life in terms of like accountability, in terms of like being connected. And we have talked about how sometimes, in the effort to try to just bring the curriculum from any place, there's a lot of distilling that happens, the distillation. sometimes fragmentation of these concepts, and it becomes more of another curriculum, and it's not really going to the relationship aspect. And so I just want to continue to ask about the trainings that we have and make sure that we understand where curriculum fits, like with instruction and all that. But when it comes to practice-based, can we really hone in on the practice? And I know, Ms. Chavez, that you participated in a training for restorative practice with some of these national practitioners that I also respect and admire. And they continue to just drive in the fact that relationship is the key, you know, and if we really want to change behavior, we have to come from the approach of really just building trust, establishing interconnectivity between every stakeholder, so the educators and the students. And so for the trainings, I think just more of a thing. I know that we've in the past used the international RPC, what is it called? The International Institute for Restorative Practices. And I did have some contention with some of their definitions in terms of how managerial they were addressing. And I really appreciate and I applaud Dr. Kelvin Bullock, because when you brought the equity presentation, and it was just a definition that was on there that was not the spirit of the restorative piece. And it didn't talk about relationships, just talked about, like, again, from the standpoint of the curriculum, and it was very fragmented. And so I just want to continue to just continue to support the work that you're doing, and also hope that we can really utilize some of our local elders. In what ways, when we were at the conference right now with the conference that we just went to in Greensboro, that was the North Carolina School Boards Association, I went to one of the talks where they actually talked about leveraging local community elders and folks who came in and they paid $500 who would come in and do a training for $500. So I know our curriculum costs are way higher than $500 for a community partner. Do we have that in, my question is, do we have that in mind in terms of when it comes to practice-based? Are we leveraging our local practitioners as well?
In terms of, if you're talking about SEL curriculum, we do have partnerships with local partners. Dangers of the Mind is very active at, we're actually expanding that this year with Lakeview, and we're also in communication with a local gentleman who's interested in providing some, not just restorative practices, but mentoring to young students and young educators. So we are continually, and also we provided some leadership training for our restorative practices coordinators from a budding company locally appointed to lead. And so we are trying to, and our restorative practices training, just so you know, we have diversified some of our providers. So Lions Farm and a few other schools actually have worked with some of our practitioners in the Conflict Resolution Center and other places who provide the same or similar training, because we did feel that it was important to have varied perspectives of how you can engage in that. So we are trying to increase it always.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes, thank you for this presentation. Thank you for just your continued work around discussing our strategic plan and where we are in process and progress and the accomplishments for this work. Thank you for the data that you share around that. I have a lot of questions, but I'm not going to ask only any of them. I'm just going to give, or make two recommendations for our strategic plan that's coming up, but just wanted to just appreciate and remember the work that was done in 2017 with our student code of conduct, that we had a task force that came together to improve how discipline was being interpreted, what was being done around discipline and things of that nature. And one thing I really appreciate about this presentation, the strategic plan, is having the cultural frameworks, looking at the whole child, the mental health, the social emotional learning, balancing out what's happening around suspension and behaviors. My greatest, again, where I lean the most is where are we with our subgroups? What are we doing to address those inequities? And before I can even ask a question, Dr. bullet comes up and says, we have this developed and implemented training, and we have this data analysis. So I would say, let's go deeper. Let's go deeper with this data analysis for our next strategic plan and add some breakdowns of these subjective consequences. Insubordination, disorderly conduct, and disrespect are those that are truly subjective. So what data analysis can be pulled regarding those designations when we're looking at restorative practices, when we're looking at short-term suspension, and then creating some educational gaps. Sorry, not creating education. That was something else there. Well, what are we doing? Okay, here we go. That was what it was. So that was one thing, looking at the data analysis for the breakdown for those subjective terms, right? And then the other one is also going deeper and collect referrals for the insubordination, disorderly conduct, and disrespect, creating a plan based on what the supports are needed around there. There may be some hypothesis of who is making these referrals, how often, what is the trend, what is the pattern around these referrals, and what needs to be in our plan to help support around those areas so that we can reduce suspension for those specifically for the subjective matters, and ways that we could be supportive. And then the last thing, specific target around our SWD students with disabilities, decreasing their suspension rates. Someone sent us an email earlier this evening saying that is the second highest suspension rates in our district. And I had not looked at it across in that way, but they're the second highest behind our Black boys. So again, whatever we can do to have specific targets in our strategic plan would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sears.
Yeah, I just want to quickly go back even further from 2017 and back to the Victor report in the Office of Civil Rights Complaints that put us on a path to the Student Code of Conduct Task Force. And what that Victor report found was that the disproportionality was not in a simple, if you're this subgroup, you are more or less likely to be suspended. They found disproportionality in if you were at this school, you were more likely to get a suspension around smoking a cigarette in the bathroom than if you were at this school. And so a question I have, I'm going to ask and answer the question because I know you're looking at this. The subgroups that I'm interested in is going back to that. How are we doing across the different schools? I used to bring up Carolyn Pugh a lot, who would suspend no one. And then you'd have another school that's suspending 200 students. And part of that disparity is why we typically don't get school level data anymore, because there's a de facto shaming that comes with looking at that kind of data. So my question that I'm asking is this something that you all monitor and work on? And I know the answer is yes. Further, the subjectivity is not only at the teacher level, and that's where we have the most work. That's where we have 2,500 teachers that are all across the spectrum of their understanding. But I think an interesting question to ask and to look at if we have time, and of course we don't because we're busy and we have lots of things going on, is we are, I think, at an interesting point where maybe with the exception of a few, our secondary principals are typically leaders of color. And has that had an impact? That is something that the community has pushed for, is professionals that look and come from backgrounds like our students. So I know that's touchy to talk about, but I think there's some excitement around the number of leaders of color we have, and are we seeing positive impacts beyond the high level data? So for what that's worth.
Thank you, Mr. Sears. I do want to, I think it's the most recent and maybe in the previous board update, we did include an easy access link for the school level data. And it is also posted on our district website, so it's public for the community as well. There are lots of places in that school level data, and that predates since I've been in Durham Public Schools. I want to say even in the early 2000s, you all had been sharing that school level data. So that has been an expectation from our community and from our board. So it is there. There are lots of places where we have had to mask that data due to the number. So I did want to let our community know it is on our website. And we have provided just a quick link for board members as well, so that you can access the school level data. And I've made some notes, Mr. Sears, in regards to your comments across schools, teachers, and leaders. Thank you.
Ms. Byer?
Yeah, the hour is late and I just want to show gratitude and appreciation to you all for continuing to hold us accountable while we hold this community, like holds us all accountable for keeping our students in schools. We acknowledge that none of these disparities in data are equitable, and that's not the kind of community that we aspire to for our students. And like Mr. Sears says, we've been working on it for a long time. And I know you all are equally frustrated to see data going the wrong direction post-COVID. Like, it's not shocking because those relationships have to be built and rebuilt. And we know the virtual learning wasn't adequate. But, you know, consequences for truancy being out of school? No. I mean, or even in school suspension? No. Like, all of these categories are so subjective as folks are trying to use these as teachable moments. So just continue to help us look for best practices in this. I know you all are. We got to keep our children more than ever in our buildings and not in alternative settings, but really where the core instruction is taking place. And if there's budgetary implications, please hold us to that as well. I mean, this is core work for some of our most vulnerable students. And I don't see, maybe it's too soon to see it. I guess it would be in next year's data. I don't see any dress code changes that are impacting behavior because it would be in next year's data, but y'all aren't seeing that. If you were, you would come tell us that, you know, the changes we made, we're having issues at the school level, but I haven't heard that or seen that. So that's good to know as well. Thank you. And thank you for staying late with us this evening.
Thank you. I got a few questions though. I want to say, one, I appreciate starting and amplifying what's working. And I think so often we have these conversations around like what's not working. And the more we can amplify what works, have people share from each other, I think that is great. And Hillside, the moment you step in the building, you kind of feel the culture and the connection there. And we know that when students build positive connection with each other and adults in the building, like that's the first part to restorative practices. You've got to have a community that I want to be a part of so that if something happens, I want to be restored back to that community. Yeah, a couple of questions. Fighting was like number one, number two in the data. And I know we do have an appeal process where families can appeal. Can you all just let us know how families are made aware if they have long-term or short-term suspensions, what that appeal process looks like?
So in our policy, we have both the level 1 appeals, which is in advance of the superintendent's decision. It actually is a part of the information gathering process for the superintendent's review. But in that level 1 appeal, parents are made aware of their ability to do that upon first notification of a recommendation for what we call in lieu of an out-of-school suspension or an immediate reassignment. So students are immediately reassigned. There's a automatic generation of the form that they could use for level 1 appeals that would be in front of the impartial panel. And then pending how that panel recommends, and then the superintendent's review, parents are immediately given by our hearing officer and with the paperwork, the process for appealing to the board within the recommended time period. And we really emphasize with our parents that there is no particular form necessary. That was one thing that I think could have been a potential barrier in the past, but we really just say you need to just get it in writing to the office of our school board. And we have had a few who have thought they wanted to do that. We have not yet held, as you know, a panel in front of the board just yet.
Thank you. That is helpful. I think it's really important. I'm glad it's automatically given to families so that they are aware and knowledgeable of the process. I'm looking at the other questions that I wrote down, and a lot of them I think have been covered. It did strike me looking at Black males, data, students with disabilities, and Black females coming afterwards. So I'm glad to hear that 501 is thinking about that asset-based approach to working with students. And I also heard another school district who talked about how do I increase on task time? How do we increase curriculum time as a way to measure thinking about suspensions? And so it's like, okay, if students are being suspended, what's the way that we can get them more engaged with learning? And I keep thinking about that for a lot of our students. Yesterday, the BCN had a luncheon here in Durham, and our CTE students were there and were able to, the governor came and was able to showcase all of their skills. It was incredible and a great day for Durham Public Schools. And when I talked to the barbering and the cosmetology and the skilled trade students and the CMA students, they talked about how those classes are what motivate them to come to school. And they were like, oh, this family that I've created with this class or this thing that I'm doing, like, this is what motivates me. And some of them were admitted they didn't have all that motivation before, right? They were trying to figure it out. And so how do we get more of our students, I think, especially some of those students, as we disaggregate data, are they in the right courses and curriculum that'll keep them engaged with school? So I hope to hear more I know that y'all are doing that work, but how do we do more of that, especially for those subgroups that we see? And for some that might be repeat, unfortunately, students who've been in the office several times. So really thinking about how do we connect our kids with learning, with careers, with job opportunities as a way to get them motivated and staying in school. Any other thoughts, questions? Can you use your microphone, Ms. Valladares?
I know that the long-term suspension by disaggregated by race and that one is not included because it's such a small percentage. And I also just want to thank you all, and especially Dr. Oliver Royster, that presentation. I was sick when we did this meeting, so a lot of my questions, I will say, during that time, I just wanted to thank you all so much for meeting with us in advance and also for presenting the data. And I think that we have a lot of work to do, but there's definitely just a lot of appreciation for your leadership. All of you, every single one of you. This is what makes us proud to be here in DPS, and we hope to continue making improvements. And I think, those percentages from COVID, those are attainable. I just do believe we can definitely lower them. So just wanted to say that.
Ms. Rogers.
Thank you. Again, thank you. I know that you all, just like the rest of us, as we are supporting the raising of the children of DPS, get frustrated. It's like we make 2 steps forward and then there's a step back. But thank you for hanging in there with us. I just want to make sure everybody knows that we are all really committed to reducing the school to prison pipeline, and this is part of that work. Do we still have representation with the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council? Are we still connecting with community partners to help get to the root causes of the truancy? Okay. Can you share who the representative is to the council?
So previously, Dr. Al Royster was our representative with JCPC. And right now we are we're trying to determine who's going to be. I am serving as the contact, but we have not yet assigned one. But we do still have the relationship, and we are continuing to work with the partners that we have on the JCPC if there are things that they need from us as well.
Thank you. Thanks.
do have one more question. I don't know if you can do this because of the identifiable data, but I see the school level data is working out on our website. And if it's possible to get school level disaggregated data as well, just to get a sense of what that looks like, different schools for different students and their experience. If we get that in a board update, that'd be one. Ms. Byer?
I just had one small question back on this hillside slide, and maybe it's just, it's small. So the very last point says leveraging DIAC, new directions, community-based mediation and services through our school resource officers program. And that makes it, to me, grammatically sound like our SROs provide those services and make those referrals, and they don't. We pay for all that, we do that, we support all that. So that word, one word in that word slide kind of bugs me if it's misinterpreted by our public and by the community. I don't know if y'all might choose a different word or if I'm misreading that. I mean, can you verify that my understanding is correct? That is our district initiating and paying for all of these things, supports for students, multiple referrals to DIAC. I mean, not one time. It's not, I don't know, maybe it's just bugging me and it's late, but that word through is kind of making it sound like the SROs are the ones leading that work to me. So maybe I'm just.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna speak to it briefly. Yeah, I think the statement is intended to say that we have those services such as DIAC, new directions, community-based mediation, and there are services through the SRO program.
Gotcha.
So those
Additional
that's
services with maybe with our, yeah.
okay.
Is that what you're, yeah, okay, that
I-
helps.
So
Yep.
and these are the words from Hillside, but that's my interpretation. That's how I read the statement.
Okay, that makes a whole lot more sense, Dr. Bullock. Thank you. That helps a great deal.
All right, thank you all for that update.
But think, Dr. Worcester was just trying to give me a note that the disaggregated data by school is on the website. We'll make sure, I think we sent a couple of links in the previous board update. So it may be tomorrow that we follow up with the board about that, if that's okay.
I currently see it disaggregated by school, but not racially disaggregated.
Okay, okay.
Could I quickly just say not only for your time here tonight, but the board updates, just your entire staff, the board updates are really appreciated. We know that takes work too. They're read, but you guys answer all our questions that way. So thank you for that.
Cool. We're ready for the next presentation, the strategic plan update.
So just want to thank our partners from RTI. I want to thank the engagement from our strategic plan steering committee. All of your comments and questions regarding our priority to update were a great preview to what you're going to have the opportunity to hear about our progress so far in working on strategic plan 2023 and beyond. Want to take the opportunity to bring up our partner. This is one portion of our partnership team from RTI, and just want to appreciate they have been working multiple hours working with our team and really have engaged. You'll hear today with multiple groups and really just appreciate their facilitation and helping us and our board think through what our strategic plan is going to look like. So I will turn it over to Kyle.
Evening. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, Board, Superintendent Mabenga, staff, and the Durham community. So excited to be here to discuss the progress on the next strategic plan. I believe I have some slides that should come up in just a moment. My colleague, as Dr. Hardy mentioned, Dr. D. McKenzie is under the weather this evening, but he sends his regards and would much rather be here, I'm sure, than sick in bed at home. I'm sure it's coming. Well, I guess I'll start just by saying the objectives I want to sort of get at with you this evening is I want to make sure that we have a chance to provide, next slide, please, to provide just a general update on the process where we are now, share some emerging themes, and give you a little insight into our data collection process to this point. And then potentially give you a little bit of time to provide some feedback and input on some of our priorities and potentially some ideas of some activities, strategies, and goals, which have already been coming through. I've been taking notes this evening on a few things I've heard. But go on to the next slide for me, please. Next slide. So just a reminder, I think it's important just to note that we still are using this idea of building from a strong foundation. There are core elements of the current plan that we are continuing with. We are not changing anything about the mission, vision, or core beliefs. This we feel like is a very strong representation of the needs and values of Durham's community. Next slide, please. But the other elements are things that we are going to be addressing here. This slide gives you just an update on our timeline. It's similar to the one you've seen before with a couple smaller edits. Our first phase of data collection and staging, really getting information from the community, getting that information from the district itself, has gone pretty well. We're going to extend it a little bit. You'll see the questionnaire rectangle has extended quite a bit because we want to continue to get community input. I'll get to that more in a moment. But now we really are into our phase of identifying the key themes and priorities that we can then use with staff input and additional community input to really get at the meat of this plan once we get to the new year. We have a few points. We'll be giving you some more board updates in addition to this evening. We will be back with you in late January, I believe, sort of giving you an idea of where we are with some of the goals and actions. And then we will have some public town halls, some more opportunities for community input and engagement before coming back to you in March and on track for a April approval, hopefully. Next slide, please. So let's jump into this data collection and emerging themes here. Next slide. I want to really talk about what are some of the things that we heard. So through stakeholder feedback, vis-a-vis questionnaire and focus groups at this point, we really have identified 8 sort of core topics that we presented to the steering committee for priority engagement. These are listed based on the frequency of reference in either the questionnaire or the focus groups. I won't go through all of them, but you'll note, recruiting, supporting, retaining a diverse, high-quality staff is number 1. That's the thing that was mentioned most by everyone by a mile. And then next into the whole child, social emotional learning, mental health supports was our second. A few things that I want to point out that sort of diverge from the previous strategic plan. There's a lot of talk here on career and college readiness, particularly from some of our students. In our notable passion points that pop up, there's a lot of ideas about, how are we thinking about district perception and student nutrition? That's something that community members and parents are concerned about and talking about here. Obviously, access to funding and resources, things like that. But this is what we sort of use to help us kind of get a direction for our steering committee of what it is that we want to delve into as our priorities, which will then beget our goals and actions and measures. The subsequent slides are all quotes connected to each one of these. I won't belabor the point by going through and drawing out each one, but I would encourage you to go through and read some of those, particularly the student ones. We had 2 really great student focus groups, and they mentioned so many of the things we've heard this evening. Things like culture responsive pedagogy, environmentalism, how's the district thinking about the environment as a strategic plan, nutrition, career readiness opportunities, mental health supports. So I'd encourage you to go through and take a look at some of those. We also have teacher and parent and principal responses in there as well. If you could navigate to slide 16, we're going to jump quite a few here. Almost there. One more. Wonderful. I wanted to make sure you had a chance to sort of get a look behind the curtain and see how we went about getting this feedback. This is what we're hearing, and I sort of phrase that intentionally because we are by no means done soliciting community engagement and feedback, right? We are going to continue to keep our questionnaire open. We're going to continue to leverage the town halls I mentioned. But I think it's pretty clear, we had 800, as of today, 850 responses. We've coded about 700 of them. Half those respondents are parents. But to this point, we have not met our goal of having a representative response rate on our questionnaire from parents. From our first meeting together, we discussed and you guys expressed the importance of making sure that this process is representative and it speaks from the community and what they need. And so we are continuing to work on our engagement efforts to make sure that it reflects the will of our diverse community. I will note the first time, we pulled this data in end of October, that share of parent completion by white families was 75%. So we are making progress. We're closing that gap. But we are continuing to think about creative ways that we can do so, as again, this is a continuing process. We're by no means done collecting feedback. So again, with that in mind, we're keeping the questionnaire open. I'm also working with Dr. Hardy, Dr. Stewart, Dr. Danner, Pablo from the MRC to really think critically about, what are some additional innovative strategies we can try to use to continue to hear from a representative sample, both in the questionnaire, but also as we're getting to those town halls, how we're making sure we get people to come and give us some feedback on what will be a more substantive state of the plan. Just some ideas of some things we're continuing to do. We're going to continue to leverage strategic principles in communities that we know, reflect the diversity that we need to have represented among parents in this plan. We're going to continue with partnering with community organizations like the Ministerial Alliance. We're recently reaching out to have them share the questionnaire with their congregations. And again, working closely with Pablo, the MRC, to think really critically about how can we maybe convene some stakeholders to figure out what do we need to do? What levers are we not pulling right now to make sure that the questionnaire, but also information about the process gets into the hands of our families. Next slide, please. We also had now 18 focus groups. You'll see the breakdown of the participants by role here on this slide, and also the different focus groups that we had. I will say we're excited to share that, every school has been represented in this process, either as a focus group member or as a member of our steering committee. We also were excited to leverage our parent ambassadors to try to, as a creative strategy, to engage folk who may not engage with the questionnaire. Typically, we ask them to use the primary question of the questionnaire to go and interview folks in their community, come back and share in a focus group what they heard. And we had a really robust discussion with them that I feel like a lot of great ideas out of. Also note, we had a focus group specifically for parents of students with exceptionalities. Another fantastic conversation. We had about 12 or 14 folks in that conversation. It was really, really powerful. I think the big thing that we want to do moving forward, though, is really, again, consider how are we taking these lessons we've learned about the importance of grassroots engagement, about the relationships that matter and getting this information in folks' hands, and how we're going to use that to continue to think about our next step of engaging folk in those town halls. Next slide. So where do we go from here? Now that we have this information from the community, we want to be refining this information through board input, through staff input, through our steering committee input, to funnel us into these strategic priorities, goals, actions, and so forth. Next slide, please. And so in November, we met with the steering committee. Some of you were at that meeting, and that meeting was dedicated to reviewing this information from a data collection, as I've done with you, but also reviewing or establishing some of strategic priorities that will drive the work within the plan. Next slide. What you'll notice here is there was quite a bit of overlap in what emerged in those breakout conversations among our 60-member steering committee that really aligned with the current strategic plan's priorities, but also a lot of opportunities to refine that language, change things up a little bit. And so we really thought that we would take what we have and flesh out certain elements that really align with the core beliefs of equity and shared responsibility, and provide a little bit of rationale here. So underneath each of these priorities, there's a paragraph that sort of explains what we sort of envision as being included within each one of these priorities. They do look, I'm sure they do look somewhat familiar here, but I think there's a lot of value in continuity, particularly in a district like this that has been so successful and like really integrating everything you do as part of your plan. And I think the innovation is really going to come in how we are taking this and continuing to address these priorities with our measures, with our refined strategies here. I won't read through all of them. The blue language is things that have been edited or changed or added here, but we've had some initial feedback from our steering committee. It's been quite positive. I will say there's quite a bit of excitement around in the first priority around academic achievement, discussing opportunity gaps and disaggregating some of that information. That said, there is a push from a few folks to refine that title a bit more, to be more aspirational, include things like the rigor and excellence that we provide here in Durham Public Schools. There's also been some feedback on ensuring that we're really thoughtful about the goals that we have here and how we can really effectively measure progress with each priority, particularly around priorities 2 and 4. Sometimes we want to make sure we can really dig in and have clear goals that we can come back to as we measure our progress. And also there's quite a bit of conversation around how are we being thoughtful about how can we, potentially like alter our course or change things if we aren't meeting our goals a year or two down the road. How are we going to be really strategic and thoughtful there? You can continue on to what's going to be slide 25. It's called Looking Ahead. We're not going to break out any small group discussion here. I wouldn't do that to you at this time of night. So what are our next steps here? We're going to continue collecting sort of feedback on these questionnaire responses. We want to keep that open at least through the new year, potentially longer. We are compiling steering committee feedback on these priorities. And so the priorities you saw were sent out via a Google form to all of our steering committee members to provide us feedback in, what language do you want to change? What aligned actions or goals do you want to see aligned to each one of these? Is there something we're missing? So we wanted to make sure there was opportunity for everyone in the steering committee to give us that bit of feedback there. We're going to identify and convene internal and DPS thought leaders in a working group to sort of support in the development of these actions and measures, building these priorities, and then draft the core elements of the plan for community feedback in the new year. That will come to you before we release it to everyone for feedback, so you can have a chance to look at it and dig your teeth in as well. And the thing here at the bottom about the open questions are things we're trying to continue to think about throughout this process. How are we making sure the process is accessible? How are we making sure that the benchmarks that we're including are really powerful for accountability? And how do we make sure that it's sort of inclusive development process so that everyone feels like they have some degree of ownership over what's going on with a strategic plan? With that, that's all I have for you. I would welcome any questions, comments, feedback on the priorities we have here. Happy to take anything.
Thank you for the presentation and the update. Thank you for hanging with us in a late hour. We appreciate that. Board members, are there questions, concerns, comments? Mr. Sears? Rogers and then Ms. Byer.
Yeah, thank you for this work. And that was a very concise presentation. Thank you. Well done. I do, and I think it's at an appropriate stage that I make this comment. With the draft priorities, how do we keep the strategic plan from becoming unwieldy? I didn't see any strike throughs. I saw additions, and I think those are all going to lead to sub goals. And, I applaud the plan's ability to be digested in its current form. And so it doesn't mean we can't just add, but, where does the adding stop? And so just from a community representative perspective, can we keep some level of focus on making it manageable?
Absolutely, yeah. And I think that's where we're really going to dig into those actions and goals. Like it's not going to be exactly the same sort of goals and actions. We're going to try to refine those and change those as much as we can to like get at what we think are the heart of the challenges in 2023 versus 2018. And so that's great feedback, though. I think it really is easy to sort of throw everything in the kitchen sink in there. And so really being intentional is so important.
You can call me old school, but I'm really appreciative of the work you're doing. I am wanting to know if there's a possibility to activate the parent ambassadors and the networks that they're connected with. They're going to kill me, but I am a parent first. So I am telling them that we need them to take pen and paper to parents where they are so they can fill out the 1-question survey and really have it authentically from the perspective of the parents that are offering that feedback so we can get some more responses. I'd like to see us sending out the electronic version of the survey and asking our partners at all the organizations and foundations and the county commission to send in their newsletters so that we can get real good community feedback, because everybody wants to tell us how to spend $18 million, but we need to know what we need to do for the next 5 years.
Thank you.
So I really appreciate you being here, Kyle, and staying late with us. And I appreciate colleagues that are serving on this strategic planning committee because it does focus the work and it is so, so important. I kind of thought we were gonna innovate more. I didn't think we were gonna build essentially our version 2.0. And so I hope that y'all feel free to just dream, innovate, vision in a Durham way that is unlike any other strategic plan ever. So I hope y'all feel free with that. At the same time, you focus. I mean, I don't, it is that balance, right? But I don't see what you got, and I'm glad you're aware you got way too much white perspective. I want to know kind of going forward that you've reached out into language communities that are not English really deeply and not just small focus groups, but authentic conversations from people that might not have ever been heard or thought that they could bring their voices to power. It's super important. I don't see pre-K in here. I don't see that commitment to early childhood that we know is one of our key literacy strategies. And it might just be a whatever, but it kind of got left out of last time. And if we don't push it with our community, we're just going to stick to talking about it and not expanding it. And I don't see the sustainability kind of focus that this board has as well, that we talked about some tonight. And you've heard some of that, just enjoying time with us. But I just hope that y'all will continue to feel free to keep what works and just really dream and innovate. Because if we don't stretch, we don't get anywhere. We just stay here. So thank you so much for all the work on that.
Thank you.
Any other comments from board members? I'll follow up and say, I was in the meeting where we talked about the priorities and it was hard because we were like, oh, we have still so much work to do on these things right here. And we could go in a lot of different ways, but I appreciate the challenge and the push to innovate. I just echo the sentiments of getting more families to fill this out, especially our Black families, our Latinx families and other families. I think I don't know if we need to put a little money in getting some signage out at school buildings as well, little QR codes, having parent ambassadors go into community, some of our apartment complexes that we know have large groups of families. So if we need to put some signage out there, I don't know how many people read the pamphlets in their water bills. That also might be partnering with the city to get that in there, because the water bill comes with a normally announcements for the community. So that's going to hit a lot of different families. So just a couple different things of thinking about how we can get it out there, because we can't build the next 5 years without having those important perspectives. So I appreciate y'all for that. Any other, Ms. Valladares?
You were mentioning, the engagement with families. I will say that I've seen the survey coming through the WhatsApp threads. So our parent ambassadors, they are sharing it. But I do believe that the question, there's the cultural piece about how people want to be engaged, and the conversation piece that my colleague, I think Natalie, you mentioned conversations, like rich conversations, the kinds of things that are beyond just a survey, going into these groups, going into these communities. I like the idea that Millicent was saying about, like, some of the board member Millicent Rogers was saying about going into communities and making sure that they're also partners with us. So just more encouragement about that, and thank you for working with the MRC. The Multilingual Resource Center is definitely a bridge, in so many ways, for services, but also, like, in terms of the engagement with families. And I think we are best served by hearing from everybody. So thank you.
We have no further comments. Thank you so much
Thanks
for
so
being
much,
here
everyone.
tonight. We look forward to hearing more in the spring. And with that, we've come to the summary of our follow-up items. Can only imagine what this list is like.
Board members will send revisions by December 20th to Dr. Mabinga, Ms. Giovanni, Board Attorney Malone, regarding our newly adopted policy, LGBTQIA plus. In terms of our energy and sustainability item, update in the future regarding LED lights. And for us to include to provide bike racks and continue to work with our biking culture in the community. Lifting up the Southern School for Energy and Sustainability as part of our plan for other items, partnering with curriculum resources, and sustainability. An update as we continue to get information from the solar feasibility study, and how we can use renewable energy on our campus. Making sure there's more publication and lifting up the story on Lions Farm and looking forward to how we can do some of those same energy renewable pieces at Mary Massenburg. Also update regarding outdoor learning. In regards to priority 2, disaggregating the data in that subgroup for students with disabilities, also other exceptionalities such as twice exceptional, as well as students with disabilities that may have a behavior plan or behavior or social and emotional goals. Making sure that our professional learning is practice-based and that we're focusing on building trust, how we can potentially leverage our community partners and elders. Doing a deep data analysis. I'm sorry, I couldn't read some of my notes. I apologize. Doing a deep data analysis in regards to the subjective incidents, looking at that data analysis so that we can identify trends and then making sure that we have a plan to address those specifically. Having a plan to address specifically that will target the data with students with disabilities. Also looking at the data across schools, looking at the data by teachers, as well as schools where we have leaders of color. If possible, disaggregating the long-term suspension data by race, making sure that we can disaggregating the school level data by race. And then I think the last comment for Ms. Byer in regards to the Hillside side, I think we discussed that. I don't know if that needs to remain a follow-up. And then for the strategic plan, keeping our strategic plan manageable in regards to engagement, using our parent ambassadors, any newsletters, such as newsletters that go out from the county commissioners, making sure that we're really being intentional about our language communities, not just having the survey, but having authentic conversation, thoughts about making sure we name pre-K and early learning, thoughts about sustainability, and what else can we do if that means signage, apartment complexes, or potentially putting something in the water bill to get it out.
Well done, Dr. Hardy. It's a comprehensive list. And you had our 2 major things at the end of the agenda today. Thank you all for all the presentations and all the hard work. I will now accept a motion to go into closed session.
Motion to go into closed session for the reasons stated in the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Valladares, seconded by Ms. Spire. Any other discussion, Mr. Malone? Can you turn your mic on, Mr.
Sorry.
Malone?
Can we add to the motion, in addition to the items listed, 2 pieces of litigation? One is KI versus DPS and the other is KBB versus DPS.
Ms. Valladares, would you add those to your motion?
Yes.
Plus
In
Rod,
addition,
Rod.
In addition to the items listed.
in addition to the items listed, I want to add the, you said KI.
KI v DPS and KBB versus DPS. Two
KI
different lawsuits.
v DPS and what Rod said, and KBD versus DPS.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Valladares, seconded by Ms. Byer. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. Passes unanimously. We're now in closed session.
don't know, does this belong to somebody?
We are back in open session. Dr. Mabenga.
Madam Chair, I'm here to seek your approval for the personnel report as discussed at the closed session.
I move approval of the personnel report dated December 8th, 2022.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Chavez. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is the PACES contract.
I make a motion to approve a contract between the Positive Attitude Concerning Education and Socialization Program and the school system as may be revised and approved by the board attorney and superintendent for the 2022-23 school year.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Chavez, seconded by Ms. Rogers. Is there any discussion? Ms. Byer?
Yeah, I think we had considerable discussion in closed session, and the board is concerned that the Department of Public Instruction continues to have responsibility for all students in North Carolina. But thank you for allowing that comment.
Thank you, Ms. Byer. Any other question, any other comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. And with that, we are adjourned.